Hello. So good morning, everybody. So good morning. No energy, please. So it's wonderful gathering, right? Like HR for HR for the first time that we are doing the wellness program. It's a wonderful workshop, and I believe that you each one of you have come across from different places. We are gathering here, and thanks to SHRD and Medicover Hospital. So welcome to this wonderful wellness workshop. So we are going to start. I know you're waiting eagerly. So we will be starting with a welcome address. So I would like to invite Dr. Sharath Reddy. So he is the executive director of Medicover Hospital, and he's a senior interventional cardiologist. I would like to invite him to the podium to light the lamp and start the ceremony, followed by an address speech. Thank you. Let's start with the lighting the lamp. Can we all stand up for a minute? Please be seated. Now let us know what is SHRD, like why this initiative. So we would like to hear from the right person. And Mr. Pavan, I would like to invite you to speak about what is HRD and why we are.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So, as well, I think many of we met not only for the SHRD, like we met in so many other forums. As you all well know, SHRD, we have started, this is an initiative started by myself and Bhaskar Rao Ghantasala, like having a thought of, okay, we why don't we have a forum and then why don't we share our knowledge? That's where we started this forum, and then we have added others like Ramesh Mantana and Sri Harsha, and then Vijay Bhaskar, and then Anand. So Madhavi Irgavarapu. So We started this journey and about 10 years ago, still it is continuing. And thanks to all of you for your wonderful support in the growth of SHRD. And of late, what we have decided in the SHRD, so many programs, so many HR events which are being organized by various forums. Now we wanted to like uh, have a different spectrum where we wanted to have a programs not a regular panel speaking or the regular just a kind of stuff. We wanted to start a initiative HR for HR. That's where when Medicover have approached like us, okay, this is a good initiative. Who is taking care of HR? By the way, see, we have to take care of ourselves. We have to take care of the organization, right? So for that, HR should be like healthy. They have to maintain. We have to maintain our wellness. This is the main context which where Medicover has approached us. Okay, let's begin this initiative. Let's ourselves prepare for this wellness. We gain this knowledge here. We'll share this knowledge with our organization. So for an organization, as you know, the HR, probably people say the departments in the HR or finance or many are there. Finance is always in the back end, but even any employee is coming in, the HR is the front, and if any employee is going out, HR is there. So from the initiation to exit, HR, HR. Why don't we support ourselves? That is the context of this program. We are here to learn so many things from many of these. I don't call them the lawyer, doctors. They are the lifesavers. So definitely, even for anything happens to HR, they need to visit this lifesaver and then to save our life, not only us, for any human. So this is the context what we have started, and we wanted to take this forward. Maybe now this wellness, and probably the next time we would like to come up with some other program. I wanted to have, if anyone has any unique idea, okay, this we can do for fellow HRs. Please come up. Always ideas are welcome. Your idea will initially we'll take it up. We'll try to formulate and then have that knowledge sharing among us. So uh, let's start the program, and then I hope you're going to learn very very beneficial inputs from the uh, distinguished guests and experienced lifesavers who are here present here. Once again, thank you all for coming and being part of SHRD and supporting continuously. I thank you all. Welcome once again to this wonderful HR wellness program. Thank you.
Yeah, these both professions, like human resources and medical profession, right? Both are a community job, like both are there to support the people around. So, wellness, when we think of wellness, we can't think without the professionals. And of course, Medicover being one of the uh, strongest chain in medical field. And they have started like 2 years back, if I'm not wrong, and they have come up 7 years back and 7 years back, And I know that in my previous company, when it was hit by the COVID pandemic, and these hospitals, they have approached us and they have provided this COVID vaccines for all of our employees. And you won't believe we have completed in 2 days. And they were there from morning till evening asking, there were multiple questions, like it was a blue collar team, and it's a manufacturing facility. They had all the doubts, and they were patiently sitting there and explaining, and they did that in 2 days time. And we had around we have completed, like, 150 employees a day they have completed. It was wonderful, and thanks to them. And of course, they are always there with us. And this workshop is powered by Medicover Hospital. And to address the team, and I would like to invite Dr. Sharat Reddy once again. Please be on it.
Thank you. I mean, for me, this program is like a bolt from the blue because I came to know about this program yesterday evening, but I didn't spend time to know what exactly it is. And I had to find out today morning about the program from my medical superintendent. But this program had been talked about by me many times with my team since 2015. See, regarding, I appreciate Society for Human Resources Development, for taking it uh, further, and I want to extend what you said a little bit more so that all of you will understand where is the starting point for health and where is the end point. He said you're the savers, life savers or heart savers or whatever it is. But the safety of every human being starts with him first, and next is with the people around him, and then the HR around him, and then will come, right? See, we are like an endpoint, right? So we are like a messenger between, yourself and, the other self of ours. So, so health starts at our your end. It's not something which starts in the hospital. That is what something we all should remember. And these days we are seeing many patients, many people landing in heart strokes at 30s, 40s, and 50s. And one heart stroke in 40s brings 10 people around him to my clinic. Now, that is see, there are two impacts here. One is a person dying at a very young age or very active and productive part of his life, and which is causing problem to the entire family. And the second, the psychological impact of that one person who ended up in a problem, bringing 10 more people into hospital. So you see, there is a multiple impact with each incident. And we all know as a country where we are heading now. See, we are typically in a watershed phase of our growth, our country's growth. So you have seen, I think, this G20 and overall impact of our country on the global stage, and overall impact of our businesses on global stage, overall impact of our human resources in global resources. So we are in a watershed moment. So we are just moving from a phase where we were to a phase we are going to create a huge impact on this globe. So, and this is the time, we have to take things in a right way and understand things in a right perspective, and we have to save our human resources for our bright future of this country. And in that effort, so I want to suggest all the human resource team sitting here, so we have to keep pushing this idea of acknowledging a problem, right? See, in 30s, 40s, we never acknowledge problem. especially health related problems, we don't try to acknowledge the problem. That is a whole fundamental issue why people end up in sudden deaths. So we, we have to keep pushing this idea of acknowledging a problem into our human resources. So whether it is physical health or mental health, let us acknowledge first. Only when you acknowledge, then you will seek help. I think that is something which you guys has to drive. And the second thing is, as a hospital, we took a social responsibility to push, a training program into the all the companies as well as even to the common citizen. That is cardiopulmonary resuscitation program. So if we see the sudden deaths, survival in developed countries versus our country, we still consider we are in a developing. See, I told you already, we are in a watershed phase of the growth. So that survival rates are almost 70% in Western countries. In our country, it is less than 10%. That means if someone goes into cardiac arrest in one of your company, his chances of survival is less than 10%. But the same thing, if it happens in a Western country, it is 70%. You can understand every 100 cardiac arrest, 70 are surviving there, 90 are dying here. So where is the problem? Problem is not in hospital, because the problem is in the resources, human resources around that person. That is what I was talking about. See, it starts at your doorstep, not at my doorstep, right? So if you train all your human resources on cardiopulmonary resuscitation, there is every possibility we can shift this 10 to 70. Whatever I do in hospital, it can't shift this 10 to 70. I think I'm very clear. I cannot change this 10 to 70 by myself. It's impossible. What changed 10 to 70 in Western countries is every citizen aware of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. If something happens in front of your eyes, what you have to do at that point of time, that saved 70 people, not what I did in hospital. So let me be very clear. So I think this is something you people can drive into your human resources so that we can, over a period of time, shift this 10 to 70%. This you only can do it. I can't do it, right? And next is, I'll just, yeah, and about already I mentioned, acknowledging a problem. So, and we are seeing these days, I told you, one death brings more than 10 normal patients to my room. So that is something which we all should be worried about it. So as we move towards a developed world, the disease profile in our country also moves towards developed world. You understand? We used to have in more common diseases or more common causes of death in our country is like infectious diseases some 20 years, 30 years before. But now it is becoming a non-communicable diseases, which is taking more lives in our country. So that means the profile of the disease is also moving towards Western countries. So, and all these non-communicable diseases are basically lifestyle disorders. It's a lifestyle disorders, and all these sudden deaths which are happening is because of lifestyle diseases. So this is something which has to be driven very carefully, persistently into all the human resources forces, so that we can avoid these kind of premature deaths, so that we can save more families in our country. I think with this message, I want to thank again the Society for Human Resources Development and all the organizers for taking this into all the HR representatives, so that we can bring a long awaited change in our human resources. Thank you.
It was wonderful, sir. It was very insightful. And it is a shocking news for us, right? 70 percentage of the people are surviving there, and 90 percentage of people are not here. So how can we make the changes? We are still to on the way, right, to achieve that kind of development, that kind of awareness we need. And for this wonderful speech, we would like to give you a token of appreciation. I want to invite Miss Aziz Tayyaba. She is head HR for Shapur Polonji, to honor Dr. Sharad. So here we have Mr. Mahesh Danglukar. So he is the Chief of Business Operations for Medicover Hospital, and his portfolio is too big. So I'll just tell him he's having 25 plus years of experience in hospital marketing, and now he is leading 450 Salesforce team. So he's brand and PR communication, digital strategy, domestic and international marketing, overall business development, strategy formulation, corporate aggregations, pan India. So this is his portfolio. So we would like to hear from you, Mr. Mahesh, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Soumya. As we are already late, I don't want to take much of our time. First of all, I welcome all of you. I would request a big round of applause for this gathering. This is one of the good gathering, especially the leaders from HR. Thanks to SHRD for making this program, which we have been talking to them for a couple of months, and finally we could make it today. A wellness workshop for the leaders of HR started here today, will continue every quarterly. This workshop will definitely, as Dr. Sharath, our executive director, is mentioning about CPR and NCD. Just wanted to bring to your notice that on the World Heart Day, which was recent in this month, we have done a 26,480 people CPR in a day. Training, CPR training. CPR training is one thing which is part of our journey for years together. But on this World Heart Day, to save lives, CPR for all is one motto what we have started, and we have landed up in our target was to train CPR for 25,000, and we have reached our target of organizing it in multiple places from all our three states like AP, Telangana, Maharashtra. We have 24 hospitals across three states. So we were successfully doing this program with the support of all HR and communities, different colleges, different associations. So coming to NCD, what Dr. Sharath was very particular about, we want to come back to all the HRs in association with SHRD. This NCD is non-communicable diseases, what Dr. Sharath. So we can also prevent, understand and screen your people as part of your HR program. Preventive health checkups and all is part of your curriculum, and definitely you are all doing this. But we wanted to launch a program in association with SHRD and take this NCD program to all the corporates, all the HR teams, so that we can understand some of your team members may be diabetic, but we did not know till now. Maybe their lipids are high, maybe their LFT, whatever the problem which is non-communicable diseases, will come with a kind of program which will definitely help all of you and your team members across all the organizations, so that a team of people will come to your organization and screen them and also give a report and also consultation there so that they can, it's a preventive health program what we are going to plan now. So coming to CPR program, what training program what we started, it is a continuous program. You can reach out to all of us, our team, so that we can continue to do this for each and every employee in multiple phases. If you have 1,000 employees, we can divide it into 100 and we can come with a team of our doctor as well as a team and we can conduct this program. It's an ongoing program right from your security guard to your office boy to your director. Everyone should know how to do CPR for any of your employee who are, hope majority of you are aware of this. There's a couple of years back, a small little incident happened. Just to CPR, the director of TOI, Times of India, was saved in his office by his team member by doing CPR on the spot and shifted to the hospital. Recently, a police officer, IPS, is part of our news, less than a month. Police officer did CPR in his office and shifted the patient and patient survived. So each one of us definitely should know this, how to save. It will help even in our family, in a function. If we are attending a function, somebody is having sudden cardiac arrest or something, we can at least save them and shift to hospital. So I would request all the HR heads here to kindly concentrate and please take our help. We are spread in 3 states and we are starting even in Bangalore in next couple of months. So we will reach out, though we are not there. If at all you want somewhere in a district place where your team is working, we'll reach out with our equipment, vehicle, and the specialist to train them. So thank you, SHRD, for giving this opportunity and making this event. And definitely we are coming forward to work very closely with SHRD for a quarterly program like this in different locations wherever they want. Thank you, one and all.
I would like to invite Mr. Shrikant Chuka. He is HR business partner from Arjun Life Sciences to honor Mr. Mahesh. Please. So it's next speaker we are having is Dr. Anusha. She is center head for Medicover Cancer Institute. So she will be speaking about the oncology services at Medicover Hospital. Please.
Thank you, SHRD, for giving me an opportunity to speak in this platform. Uh, why talk about oncology services in a wellness workshop for HR managers? So there is a lot of untapped discussion that can happen on this because I truly believe that the human resource department, the HR managers are the primary touch points for each employee who's entering into their organization, and they can see the employees and connect with their soul beyond a professional facade. So I believe that an emotional turmoil or a trauma and some grief that the employee is facing with respect to himself or his family can be easily touched upon by none other than a HR manager. So yes, you all must have understood by now, Medicover Hospitals is a strong player in the market when it comes to providing healthcare services to all the population in various states. We have already spanned in around 3 states in the country. It is a European healthcare group, and the oncology services or the standalone cancer institute facility that we have is an emerging unit. Why is it special in Medicover hospitals? Because a standalone cancer facility is one of its kind, because in other healthcare corporates, the oncology services are just another part of the whole multi-speciality group. So the oncology services are a huge spectrum. So when we try to understand, initially it's all about creating or developing awareness towards what the disease is, how it starts, how it progresses, and what kind of a treatment can we seek through a professional. And then there is a lot of diagnostic workup that is in place, which is not with the other branches. So the whole time and energy and the finances are gone until the disease is diagnosed. And then starts another spectrum, part of the spectrum, which is the treatment part. I would proudly say that Medicover Cancer Institute is a one-stop solution to the entire spectrum of oncology services, because right from creating awareness to all employees in various organizations, in various public platforms on the digital and print media, from providing all kind of resources which help you on the diagnostic front to the treatment modalities, everything is seen in the single facility under one roof. So I would like to proudly say that we have all kinds of diagnostic modalities, right from diagnosing the cancer on any tissue for that matter, on blood, on any small big part of the tissue, on body fluids, through cancer genomics, through special cancer markers, which was not the scenario up until 5 or 10 years ago. A patient who's a cancer suspect had multiple pit stops, had to carry a tissue for diagnosis to various places, not just in the city, but in multiple states in the country. So that is not the case now. You drop a suspicion, we are there to take care of it, and we ensure optimal right diagnosis is made in the right time, and an optimal care, precision cancer care is given to the patient in one facility. So I would like to briefly go through about the facility. So, like you all know, Medicover is a European healthcare group spanned all around India. And I would like to even emphasize on the fact that the strategic location for Medicover Cancer Institute in the heart of the city, that is high-tech city, and amidst the multi-speciality department, which makes it a catchment area for all the patients to easily avail the oncology services, because they get diagnosed with a specialist doctor, and then once the diagnosis is done, the oncologist is readily available in the adjacent facility, where he can undergo all treatment modalities, right from medical oncology, surgical oncology, and radiation oncology in the same standalone facility. So recently we have launched our state-of-the-art Da Vinci X surgical robo. It is present only in few healthcare groups. It is the latest advancement in the Department of Surgery, specifically surgical oncology, because 90 to 95% of oncosurgeries, that is cancer surgeries, could be done on the robo. But why a robo? Because it improves the precision of the surgeon. It gives a better clearance of margins, because cancer spreads to the adjacent tissues. And also there is a very less shorter stay. For example, if a patient with a cancer of the uterus, if she has to undergo a surgery with an open surgery or a laparoscopic surgery, she needs to stay in the hospital for around 2 to 5 days, depending on the clinical condition. But in case of a robotic hysterectomy that happens, we have already had a track record of doing daycare robotic surgeries, where the patient gets admitted early in the morning and gets discharged on the same day, if it's a cash patient for that matter. So we are so proud to be doing this advanced oncology care to patients with the help of these advanced technologies. So we have a huge panel of surgeons, whether they are surgical oncologists or urologists or surgical gastroenterologists who are operating on the robo. Their finesse, their surgical finesse is better improved on the robo. That doesn't mean that surgeon doesn't do anything. He's the one who operates the robo. But there are certain technical advancements that could be done with the help of the robo arms that the surgeon hands cannot do. So this is one very proud thing that we have launched very recently, and I would want to talk more about this in this platform. So you can just have a look about the video of the that we have launched very recently. We have done it with the help of Sri Chinajaya Swamiji. The advantages of undergoing or opting for a robotic surgery over a conventional laparoscopic surgery, because there is minimal to no blood loss, very, very, very less hospital stay, and it is the way forward. It is the ultimate goal to precision cancer care. Like I've already discussed, these are the great advantages of opting for robotic surgery when compared to conventional lap and open surgeries. We also have other departments in the same facility, that is the radiation oncology team department, where we do all modalities of radiotherapies. We have South Asia's first and the best TrueBeam with an Identify system. The Identify system component is usually not present in all the radiotherapy bunkers that are present in our peer corporate hospitals. And we also have 4D PET scan, which is very unusual, and which is Asia's first AI-powered 4D PET scan, which has a less radiation exposure and enhanced imaging quality and low dose of the radio tracer. So I would like to briefly go through our glorious panel of doctors. We have Dr. Babaya, who is the pioneer of oncology in Andhra and Telangana, and also in India. So he's our guidance to push our services forward in the ways in the years that are coming. And we also have Dr. Ravichander, Dr. Rajesh Gaud, who are senior surgical oncologists and robotic surgeons. And we also have a glorious list of doctors who are associated with us. The USP of Medicover Cancer Institute is its world-class technology that is not present in different parts or different units, but it's a standalone unit for entire oncology services. We also have multiple TPA and insurance companies that are listed with us. And we are also empaneled with multiple corporate public sector units. And we also look forward to creating a holistic care to the cancer patient, not just treating the disease, but also giving a um, complete personal growth to the patient after the treatment. As we speak now, this month is the breast cancer awareness month. So we want to launch, support groups for special cancers. There is a breast cancer support group we want to launch this month, where all the old treated patients and patients who are listed with us, who are undergoing treatment, their families can all come together on a single platform, share their journeys with us and with their peers, and then understand each other's pains and how best they can come out of through their individual journeys. And we also plan to launch other support groups like colorectal cancer support groups, head and neck cancer support groups, gynec cancer support groups, etc. And we also tend to provide these special clinics, like we want to start cancer care for yoga care for cancer patients. So there is a yoga therapist who is especially um, trained to give specialized yoga therapy sessions to cancer patients. So a couple of days in a week, we tend to start these clinics. And also we want to provide stoma care clinics to patients where all these high-end surgeries would be taken care. For example, a stoma on the abdomen is not easy to maintain throughout a life of a patient. So a patient can be trained, a nursing staff can be trained, a caretaker can be trained to take care of the stoma. So we have a long-term vision, and we all want to channelize our energies to develop the Department of Oncology in Medicover to another level. So I would like to end my topic on this note. And if there is anything that you want to associate with us in any way through your organization, because we curate and we have tailor-made health talks and health camps with respect to each organization. If a particular company has a specific occupational hazard, for example, if it's a pharmaceutical company, there are a certain set of cancers that are specific to those employees. If it is a manufacturing company, there are a certain set of cancers that might be prevalent in them. So we tend to organize camps which are specific to the organization. We tend to conduct awareness talks or health talks which are specific to the public, and we want to create the awareness, and we make sure that if at all a cancer has to come up in any individual, it needs to be immediately identified and put on treatment. So thank you so much for patiently listening to me, and you can definitely interact with me in the bio break, and we will see how best we can associate with each other. Thank you.
So I would like to invite Ms. Swapna Reddy, Senior Manager HR, Madhapur Unit, to honor Dr. Anisha. So 10 years back, or maybe 15 years back, cancer was nightmare, right? We all, when we hear about it, if we get to know that somebody is suffering from cancer, we get upset. We get really worried. But not anymore, right? Because we can have an extended life, healthy life. We can change our habits, lifestyle, and of course, the support from medical hospital, the speciality that they have. And multiple people have worked around it, the engineers, the doctors, the scientists, and we are having the state of art facility in the hospital. So let us have more confidence when we get to know that yes, somebody is having the problems, because we can now direct them where to go, whom to meet, what kind of facilities that we have. Wonderful, wonderful Medicover Hospital. It's a great achievement. So when we talk about lifestyles, we want to know more about it, right? More understanding of lifestyle. So how to change our lifestyle, our lifestyle choices. So we are having a speaker for this, one of the veteran, and Dr. Damodar Reddy Gauni. He is the consultant interventional cardiologist. So he will be talking to us about the lifestyle choices that we can make to have a better life and this awareness. So I just want to invite Dr. Damodar, please.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Welcome all the HR professionals, and I thank Medicover management for giving this opportunity. I'm Dr. Damodar Reddy, cardiologist, working in Medicover as a consultant interventional cardiologist. So I've been given this topic, which is most important and also most which is neglected. Regular, what you call, suggestions what we give to the patient, also the health package patients what which we come across daily. So I would just want to brief about it and complete in a short note. So today we are going to discuss about understanding and influencing lifestyle choices. So everybody has a, pattern of lifestyle, like each profession, each field of professional, and also we see it's not a lifestyle of only the urban. The rural also they have their own lifestyles. So we have to educate them, and also we have to counsel them and give him a good choice to how to maintain a good lifestyle and also avoid what you call medical emergencies. As a cardiologist, I would be more focusing on cardiac emergencies and also healthy cardiac lifestyle. So lifestyle choices encompass a wide range of decisions and behaviors that individuals make on a daily basis, from diet and exercise to social interactions. So lifestyle doesn't mean just food and just making a just walk half an hour in the day, but it also has a lot of social interactions, also a lot of personal interactions, which give a lot of stressful lifestyles to the human beings. So these choices play a significant role in shaping one's overall well-being, health, and quality of life. And understanding these choices and how to influence them can have a profound impact on personal, public health, as well as individual happiness and longevity. Because a personal health creates a group of personal group of if an individual makes a good lifestyle and next educates his family, the family becomes healthy, followed by the community, and followed by the state and the nation. So always a healthy lifestyle begins within yourself. So how to understand these lifestyle choices? The factors influencing lifestyle choices, these are biological, psychological, social, and environmental factors which influence them. So biological factors include genetics and also predispositions, while psychological factors like mental and cognitive processes. And biological factors, especially our genetics, most of the times a patients come with a heart attack. We generally ask for any family history of parents or your grandparents having a bad history of coronary artery disease, and this is a must. And your genetics also influence the things very much. So you have to know your family history well, because if a good family history and strong family history of coronary artery disease, it recommend to get a regular health checkup every year, especially when you enter your 30 years of age, because coronary disease, coronary artery disease, that is heart attack patients, have nearly 300 to 400 genes of which when mutated can lead to coronary artery disease. And but we can't help it, this factor genetics cannot be changed, but only thing we recommend is to go for a preventive lifestyle, that is regular health checkups. And psychological factors, I think next speaker will be speaking on this cognitive behavioral therapies. And social factors include family, friends, and cultural norms, while environmental factors include physical surroundings and access to resources. So, as I told you, social factors like family, how you grow up, make your children grow, how you teach a healthy lifestyle to them, and also how you teach our culture can also bring out good lifestyles. While the environmental factors, like when you are in a rural population and you're when you're living in urban population, the surroundings and access to healthcare also makes a lot of difference. When a patient presenting with acute heart attack, when he's in a rural population, so it's very difficult for him access to go to a nearby hospital. So it becomes very difficult for us to save him. So government of Telangana or government of India started a STEMI program in India, which gives better resources set up in district and primary health care, so that to provide ECG machines, also thrombolysis kits in these centers, so that even the rural population can approach these medical centers and identify if the patient is having heart attack or not. Then next refer them to a better setup. Otherwise, thrombolyze the patient at the district level, which is free of cost nowadays. And we are seeing a lot of patients. Nearly, I think, last 1 year data of Telangana STEMI program has we have done almost 5 lakhs of screening ECGs, out of which more than 10,000 patients were thrombolized in government setups, and they were saved. So especially government will and political will also makes a lot of difference while taking this what you call resource setups. And health awareness, understanding the link between lifestyle choices and health outcomes is crucial. And people who are aware of potential consequence of these choices are more likely to make informed decisions. That means when you are well educated and you are becoming your choices, then the choices will implicate something, and you make priorly informed decisions. That is very important for yourself and also the treating doctor. And public health campaigns, medical education, and access to credible health information all contribute to awareness. So, regarding health information, as everybody whatever you now Google is available, and everybody is coming with knowledge about Google regarding any kind of disease, especially patients. So, there is a lot of good information regarding the health disease and also awareness, but it doesn't mean that everything what you search in the net is a right or you call treatment options you get. So it's better to get educated with the doctor if you need a better care, because some of the patients are trying this Google tips at home, and they are presenting with complications. So I recommend you'd better get educated in the internet. I'm not saying wrong, but always try to take help of medical health professional while choosing them and understanding them. And behavioral psychology plays a vital role in understanding why people take certain choices. So I would not go into the psychology part. And concepts like reinforcement, motivation, and habit formation help explain why individuals engage in specific behaviors. That's the reason I'm telling, when you have children and your do you call siblings and all, try to educate them in the family so that they adapt good motivation, also habit formation from the childhood days. And they have quoted example of understanding why the reward system in the brain can shed light on why some people draw to unhealthy foods. So obviously you might have been listening, so since your childhood, that brain gets attracted to more negative things. That's what happening this urban and westernized lifestyle. So we are getting attracted to bad lifestyles like taking junk unhealthy food, and also getting used to smoking and drugs, which are harbingers and very dangerous to our heart and also all the health systems. So how come the social influence and social networks and peer pressure also have a great influence, and people tend to adopt the behaviors and attitudes of those around them. So when you're living in a group of people who are having bad lifestyles, you tend to get influenced by them. So better to avoid such kind of peer group to make your lifestyle good. And understanding the social dynamics is essential for influencing lifestyles on a large scale. So obviously, when you avoid this peer pressure, most of the bad habits like smoking, drugs, and alcohol, these are mostly influenced by the peer group. When you are especially you are in a group of friends who are having these lifestyles, obviously they may force you, or you may get crumpled with their force enforcement, and you may adopt to these lifestyles, and you may continue that for lifelong, which is not good for your health and also your family. And how about education awareness? Obviously education provides better awareness of your health and also your body, and most of the educated person these days are getting their regular health checkups, and they're taking help of advice of the doctor regarding the health. And next would be policy and environmental changes, and this is very, very important, especially in country like India, because we have limited resources. And nowadays, I see government of Telangana and government of India are providing good health facilities. As I told you, the STEMI India program, and in all the government setups, they are providing good resources, and including Medicover, we are also giving lot of services to such kind of below poverty line patients, and educating them, and also giving good healthy lifestyles, also giving good rehab settings. And also you should provide good awareness. Duty of government also is to provide good nutritious food, creating safe spaces for physical activity, and regulating harmful substances. That's said. Obviously nutritious food and just creating safe spaces means they are providing public gyms and all, which help in improving their physical lifestyle. And also government is regulating has regulation on regulating the harmful substances that we are the police department is taking care of. And behavioral interactions would be aim at modify habits, encourage healthier choices. These may include cognitive behavioral therapy, incentives for positive behaviors, and apps or wearable devices that track reward healthy actions. So nowadays, I see every individual is wearing a watch with health apps. So that's a good trend, and these kind of things can pick up good bad heart rhythms or irregular heart rhythms that can alert you and also make you approach a cardiologist or a physician. So technology in one way is helping the individual to pick up certain emergencies, so that see, I get a lot of calls from my relatives or somebody. They just tell that, sir, my app watch or the Apple Watch is becoming showing the high heart rate. What should I do? So such kind of cases, sometimes it can pick up, like newer artificial intelligence devices have come which can pick up atrial fibrillation, like irregular heart rhythm, acute heart attacks, that is ST elevation MI. So these will help, especially if these technologies can be pushed to the rural settings also, they'll be more helpful. As of now, most of the urban population are using these devices. And as I told you, the social support, peer support and social networks can have powerful influences, and creating communities and support groups focused on specific lifestyle goals such as weight loss or smoking cessation can provide motivation and accountability. And especially now, as a health profession, you are living, if you are living in a community other than your hospital setting, we are recommending to put automatic electronic defibrillators in the community, especially one ECG to the community, ECG machine. So what happens if the patient has a sudden cardiac arrest? We have educating them on all CPR, which our emergency physician is going to talk upon. So everybody should learn how to do a CPR, every individual. And also we are trying to, recently our Telangana state CSA has launched what do you call BP kiosks in all the parks and public spaces, so that to create awareness on blood pressure, especially all recently in a Durgan Cheru park, Dr. Harish Rao Garu has launched a kiosk which was organized by Telangana State Council. So why all these been done? So it's definitely government has responsibility, but as a health group and also communal group, we have to create awareness, and we have to provide these resources at the public spaces, so that these emergency things like blood pressure and early diabetes can be picked up. And health providers play a crucial role in guiding and supporting individuals in making healthy choices. Obviously, when we are preaching, we have to make use of this lifestyle as a own. So healthcare providers need to be screened, and that is the role of the hospitals to provide adequate health checkups for the healthcare professionals. And cultural and social change influencing lifestyle choices often require broader societal changes, and these can involve shifting cultural norms, challenging harmful stereotypes, and fostering the cultural health and well-being. So obviously, every culture, like every country has its own culture that can influence your dietary habits and also your diseases. So Western cultures, most of them have high fatty diet, and most of them land up in GI related issues. But Indian, we see a lot of patients with gut cancers these days. That is bowel cancer. That is because we are adopting Western lifestyles. Because Indian food has high fiber, which previously we used to take, and we were less prone to what bowel cancers. But now, see, we are accommodating this Western diet, which has junk food has less fiber, that is leading to more cases with bowel cancers. So that culture can also have influence on the lifestyle, and especially one more important thing is yogic lifestyle. So yoga, if you adapt it well, India has its cultural history of yoga. So yoga can prevent what do you call some of the diseases, and that can prevent your coronary artery disease also. Coming to take home message, understanding and influencing lifestyle choices is multifaceted endeavor that requires combination of education, policy changes, behavioral psychology, and social support. And by addressing these factors comprehensively, individuals and societies can work towards healthier, happier lives and reduce the burden or prevent chronic diseases. Thank you so much. Finally, thank you so much for Medicover for giving this opportunity to educate on this basic topic of lifestyle choices. Thank you so much. I would be taking any questions if anybody have any questions, please. Nobody is taking questions. We would like to move to another session. Thank you.
So, like from the last speaker, Doctor, thank you so much because we have a lot of takeaways from this, like using of gadgets, which will help you to monitor your own health and do not eat junk food, control your diet, and change your lifestyle, having a yogic lifestyle. Also, he has informed, like, at one click away, you have all the information. But at Google, like, how authentic it is, it's doubtful. So, you have to reach out to your medical practitioner for any kind of experiment you're doing with your lifestyle. So, here we have, I would like to invite Dr. Malleshwar Rao, Medical Superintendent, to honor Dr. Damodar Reddy and to give a memento. We'll be taking a break now, and 15 minutes we'll be back. We have tea and coffee arranged. You can have. Please grab your cup of coffee. Take a break for 15 minutes. Please join us back. All of you have got your folder, right? All of you have picked it. Sit back, relax. You had a good break. So we would like to make this a more interactive session. So I want each one of you to take part in and ask questions because these professionals are really busy, right? Now they are here with us today, spending good amount of time with us. So let us make use of it. Okay, shall we start? So what is wellness without a mental wellness, right? Our thoughts. Now we talk about emotional quotient. We are dealing with people with low emotional quotients, getting emotions, and we have actually faced it in office premises, right? Being HR, like people are becoming very aggressive. They don't have work-life balance, stress, anxiety. So without mental wellness, we cannot have a complete or you know um, a complete wellness in life. So let us move on to how we can do that. So I again request all of you to take part in it, ask questions. Let us make it more interactive and keep your phone in silent mode. Let us keep it, you know, give some rest to the phone also, right? Let us have more fun here because you spend a lot of time here. You're spending from your pocket. You came all the way. So let us have, right? So at least you all are friends, right? You met each other, you know each other. So let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Shiva Anubialla. So he's the consultant neuropsychiatrist and therapist. I know the kind of problems that he has to deal with on a daily basis. So at least the smallest degree we also face on a daily basis in our own company, like multiple level of people, the problems they also come up with. So we request you to relate this with the problems that we also face on a daily basis, and we wish this to be a more interactive session. Thank you, sir, and please be on stage.
Am I audible? Yeah. So, very good morning. So, this is a topic on wellness, how your well-being is to be, and how are you going to attain that well-being, both cognitive as well as emotional. So, I'm Dr. Shivanu Piella, consultant psychiatrist here at Medicover Hospital. So, I'll be dealing with all the mental health issues, and we treat all the mental health issues like anxiety. You might have heard all these terms, right? Anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and most commonly addiction disorders and also behavioral addictions. The mobile phone is also an addiction these days. Yeah, we can't live without a mobile phone even for 5 minutes. Even before going to sleep, we look at our mobile phones and WhatsApp. We use social media, everything before sleeping, and that is taking away our mental health away from us. So all these include under emotional well-being as well as cognitive well-being. We need to address all these problems. We need to identify that this symptom is somewhat related to our mental health. We need to identify and take help at the right time so that, you know, if at all a mental illness like anxiety or depression is neglected, it can take a toll on our physical health also. We are seeing, like our cardiologist has already mentioned that a lot of heart attacks are happening even in young people and even in children, I would say. Many people who are actually going to gym are collapsing. So it can also be due to different types of mental illnesses. A long-term untreated anxiety can also lead to such things. And long-term depression, chronic stress. You might have been facing with burnouts at your office. You might have seen, you might have observed your colleagues facing that, right? So burnout, chronic stress, you're, doing overtime also sometimes. You need to finish your goals. You need to complete that task on time, and you feel that pressure. And ultimately, you feel that you'll be very vexed up. This is all called burnout, and the stress will take a toll on your mental health as well as your physical health. So I will be dealing about what cognitive well-being is and what emotional well-being is and what are the different factors responsible or identifying. It will help you identify what is happening inside your mind and how you can change the thought process. Every now and then you need to modify your lifestyle and your habits regarding your mental health. And what are the different components associated with cognition, your attention. You are attentive right now. That is because of your mind. Your mind is playing a role in making you attentive. Okay. And you're watching me walk throughout the auditorium, and your eyes are staring at me. So all these are part and parcel of your brain. Your brain is helping you to focus on that. So focus and concentration are also important components. So I'll be also dealing with how to improve your well-being. Every now and then you're facing with sleep problems also sometimes, and not persistently though, sometimes once in a while, due to different kinds of negative thoughts, due to different kinds of emotional outbursts. It could be anything due to your financial stress or any personal life problems. All these can impact your well-being. So I'll be dealing with how to improve that as well. So I want you all to put your pens down and do not note this number. Just look at this number and memorize this. I'll be asking you all after, do not take photo of this number also. So I'll be asking you all after, 10 minutes. I want you all to memorize this number. All right? Yeah. Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds to memorize this number. No. So that's the whole point. I want you all to memorize this. Yes. It's only a little number only, a less number. You can memorize it. Yeah. What do you observe in this picture? Okay. I want creative answers also. Okay. Any other answer? Okay. Any other creative answers? Okay, good. Magician, eagle. Good. White and black. That's it. Okay. Yeah. So you have observed the different kinds of answers from different people, right? So your perception, this indicates your perception. You're perceiving it in a different way. The other person is also perceiving it in a different way. So that's how our mind works. We are seeing two different colors here, and that is your perception. One person has seen a young woman. One person has seen an old woman. So it differs from person to person because our mind perceives in that way. So if we concentrate particularly on that picture, we can see a young lady and also an old woman. Have you noticed the old woman? No? Observe carefully. This is the nose. This is the chin. These are the eyes. And this is hair. Did you get it? Yeah. So I think some of you have not observed it. So these are different kinds of perception and the different meanings you can get from what you're observing. Even in our day-to-day lives, we observe that the perception we have about another person, even if it's your friend or a family member. So you see something, you hear something, and you talk something. So it differs because your perception is also like that. So it's not that it's something abnormal, but it's how our human mind works. We're all humans. We make mistakes also. It's okay to make mistakes. And also we need to learn from that mistake. Yeah. So moving on to the introduction part, what is cognitive well-being? Any answers? What do you mean by cognition? Yes. And yes. Any other answers from the backbenchers? Yeah. So it is how our mind works, cognition, the thoughts. We get day-to-day thoughts every day. Some or the other thought is running in your mind. Now also, you might have noticed that thoughts are running in your mind. So your brain is responsible in, producing those thoughts. It could be a positive thought. After you wake up in the early morning, you think that, okay, today morning you might have thought that you have to hurry up for this workshop and you need to have a breakfast, you need to have coffee. All these are different kinds of thoughts that keep on running in your mind, always. Some of the other time, even in your office, you have those kinds of thoughts running in your mind. You need to finish that work. You need to achieve this goal on time. And you also talk to your colleagues also. You talk to your superiors because of those thoughts. So all these include your cognitive well-being. And there are different components in your cognition that I will be talking further. And what is emotional well-being? What do you mean by emotional well-being?
The psychological framework.
Yes. Okay. Yes, good. Any other answers? Yes. Yes. So it is about our emotions. Our thoughts will produce emotions, anger, smiling, the happiness, happy emotions, sadness. We all feel sad some or the other time in our life. Is it normal or abnormal feeling sad? Normal, yes. It's part of our human tendency to feel sad sometimes, but not always. If you are feeling sad persistently for a very long time, then that could be a sign of mental illness. that you could be facing through any kind of stress. So persistent sadness or persistent happiness, anything out of the normalcy is abnormal. So you need to take help for that. Okay. If at all you're facing with, persistent sadness continuously for, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, then it could be a sign of depression. You might be depressed sometimes. You might be also having, negative thoughts, and you feel like what is going on in the life. You feel hopeless sometimes, and also you feel very you feel like crying sometimes, consistently and persistently. Even a small amount of anger from the opposite person or from your loved ones, it will cause a lot of sadness to you. And if there is any kind of marital conflicts or conflicts in your office or from your superior, you feel some kind of sadness going on. You think about it, ruminate about it every now and then throughout the day, and that ultimately disturbs your sleep also, right? So all these kinds of issues are part of mental health, and it includes your emotional well-being. So all these are components of cognitive health and well-being. So attention, you're all attentive towards this lecture. Sometimes you feel deviated. Sometimes you don't feel like listening to the lecture, and even in your office also. It happens, but that's normal. That's how our human mind works. And language, the language which we are talking, we have different linguistic abilities also. Throughout India, we have more than almost two, like 50 to 60 languages, and even more, I think. So our human mind works 1600. Yeah, that's a big number. So this is all about our human mind. It has evolved over a period of centuries, right? So human mind works in different ways. It has a lot of power. The subconscious mind also has a lot of power. And perception. I talked about perception. You had different perceptions regarding one picture, and even with your fellow mate also you have different perceptions, right? So that is what includes in perception and memory. Yeah. So the important task now. What is that number? Yes. Any other answers? Yes. Very good. So that means that your memory is very sharp. You had your coffees right now. Yeah. So caffeine also improves your memory sometimes, but only in limited quantities. If it is taken in excess quantities, it might ruin your sleep. It might ruin your whole day. So how many of you take more than 3 coffees per day? Okay. Yeah. So how are you having your sleep patterns after taking coffee? There's no trouble in your sleep? How about 5 coffees? How about 5 coffees, more than 5 coffees? Have you tried any time during your exams? Yeah. So you consume coffee at different occasions, and in sometimes you become addicted to it also. So addiction to coffee is somewhat a kind of mental health issue also. More than 5 coffees, we call it caffeineism if you consume a lot of coffee. And learning, we all learn some or the other thing from our daily lives, from the opposite person, from your fellow mate. Each and every aspect throughout our lives, even if we are living up to 80 years, we learn something or the other, always. That's part of our human lifestyle. And we solve day-to-day problems. Sometimes we also escape from the problems. We feel like escaping from the problem. But we tend to not to solve the problem. But we need to solve the problem and develop the coping skills. So developing coping skills is more important to have a good mental health, not rather than escaping from the problem. Sometimes you have a phobia for heights. You fear heights or even closed spaces or even going in the lifts, right? So you have to overcome that fear to solve that or treat that phobia. So you need to get exposed to that kind of phobia. Whatever fear you're having, go against your fears always. Suppose you have certain kind of stage fear also that is commonly there. So overcome that by exposing to it. Give multiple talks, give multiple sessions, and then you're going to overcome that kind of stage fear. So these are different ways how you're going to solve your problems. So do not escape from the problems, try to solve the problem. Even in your school, you had mathematic problems, right? So you solve the problem, but you do not skip the problem. If you skip the problems, then you're going to fail, right? Right? That's how life works. Life works in a similar way. And then sleep. Most important aspect in our lives. We need to have how many hours of sleep? Yes, 8 hours. What if we are sleeping for 4 hours? Yeah. Yeah, daytime drowsiness will be there. You feel like sleeping in the office, right? And even how about sleeping for more than 10 hours, 12 hours? Laziness. So anything in excess or anything less than that will be harmful. And it could also be a sign of depression, anxiety, or schizophrenia, or bipolar disorder, or even if you're taking any kind of substance like alcohol, cigarette smoking, cannabis, LSD, heroin, cocaine. These are different kinds of substances. And even for that sake, caffeine also comes under a substance if it is taken in excess quantities. So all these impact your sleep also. Okay. So you need to have proper 7 to 8 hours sleep every day, and that will help you work in your good functioning of your next day, right? In your office and even your, it will impact your physical health and emotional or mental health also. Yeah. I have another activity for you all. So pick a pair of numbers. Can you find two reasons they are the same? Okay. Mm-hmm. I want two reasons for all the numbers. Okay.
1060.
Mm. Mm. Yes.
So 10 multiplied by
Yes. How about the second one? Okay. And two reasons. Okay.
5.
Mm. Okay. I want creative answers also. Okay.
4 million. 823.
Mm.
4 means 1 vowel.
Okay.
5.
Yes. Mhm. Yes. So for everything we have answers, right? We find out answers. We are finding out different reasons for those answers, right? Isn't it interesting that how we are tackling this problem, right? So we have our human mind works in that way. All right. So ultimate goal is not to find the answers, but the process. Okay. Yeah. The first important component in cognitive well-being is having clarity of your thought. Our mind produces a thought. Sometimes it keeps on running throughout the day, a single thought about a single problem. It could happen throughout days also sometimes. Suppose if you're having any kind of financial problem, it runs throughout our lives also, probably, right? So these kinds of thoughts keep on running because we are not having clarity of thought. It's not abnormal that you have thoughts. We should have thoughts. for normal functioning. But if at all there's no clarity, then it is going to cause a lot of trouble. If you take OCD, have you ever heard of OCD? Obsessive compulsive disorder. So in obsessive compulsive disorder, it's not just about washing hands or cleanliness, it's about thoughts also. Why are you washing your hands repeatedly? Because you're having those thoughts repeatedly. Fear of contamination. You feel that it's contaminated. This floor is contaminated. The chair is contaminated. And you want to clean that chair and sit on it, right? Because you're having repeated thoughts of distress. You're not able to control it. So you're going to clean that, right? And similar way, hands also. You feel that it's contaminated. So you feel like washing it again and again. So these thoughts, obsessive thoughts, we call it. So these thoughts keep on running in our mind and creates a lot of negative impact. It, creates a lot of negative distress to our mind. And we tend to compulsively do that act. So that's how, that's what is OCD. There are obsessions and compulsions. So we need to have clarity of thought. There is treatment for it. OCD is not just, cleaning and washing. It's a kind of mental illness. If you are going through any kind of OCD, there are different types of OCD, not just cleaning and washing. Like I said, the compulsive thoughts and even sexual thoughts, repeated sexual thoughts also could be part of OCD. And even arranging things in order, symmetrical obsessions. You want everything to be placed as it is, in symmetry, in order. And even for numbers also, you want to count numbers and you want to walk on a straight line or in the boxes. So all these can be OCD, right? So we need to have clarity of thought and avoid that kind of distress in order to overcome that. So all these are part of cognitive behavioral therapies, where we find out if there's any cognitive distortions that our mind is going through, if there's any deviation from all these kind of components in cognition, we tend to resolve those issues through cognitive behavioral therapy. And memory and learning. I already discussed about this. You memorize things. We have a different short-term memory, long-term memory, and immediate memories. So, and even procedural memory. How many of you can drive cars? Yes, almost everyone. So how many of you drive bikes? Yes. So we all know how to drive because we already have that procedural memory. Even if we lose that memory also, our mind is always trained to, how to drive, right? Even if you have any, even if you skip driving for a period of like 2 months, 3 months, but that is still intact because you have procedural memory. You know the procedure. Your mind automatically, goes for that, right? That's how our memory also works. And in old age, we tend to lose memory. Sometimes even at this age, we tend to forget things, right? Because of certain kind of stress, negative thoughts always running in our mind. Sometimes we are not attentive, particularly attention is required to get that memory registered. So sometimes we are losing on that. So these are different aspects we need to remember when we are talking about memory. And learning, I already mentioned about it. Focus and concentration. How many of you are focused right now? Yeah. So follow one course until you're successful. All right. So focusing on a particular subject, a particular thought also can help you achieve your goal. So if you're deviating from your focus and you're not able to concentrate, these are all certain kinds of mental health issues. Even in our childhood also, sometimes you might have heard about this term ADHD, right? Attention deficit hyperactive disorder. The child might be very hyperactive. He might be running throughout the hall when a function is going on, or even at normal times also. The child might not be able to sit at a single place, right? So all these can be part of ADHD. And sometimes inattention, lack of attention, and even concentration. could be part of that ADHD. So having focus and concentration is an important aspect. Our mind has to be there. And intellectual stimulation. How many of you exercise every day? Little walking or climbing stairs? How many of you climb stairs? Yeah. So that is a kind of stimulation that we are giving to our whole body. Ultimately, it will be there for the mind. We need to stimulate our mind always. We need to have creative thinking always, right? So the intellectual stimulation develops if at all we have any kind of physical stimulation also, like exercising every day, giving our brain some work every day. We attend to things at a particular time, and even in our office, you tend to think creatively, right? You need to plan something according to your schedule. All these are part of intellectual stimulation. Yeah. Next is emotional well-being. It is being aware of your thoughts. How many of you have different kinds of thoughts? We all have different kinds of thoughts, right? Emotions also. We tend to laugh, we tend to smile, we tend to get angry. Is getting angry an abnormal thing? Yeah. So anger is part of human emotion. So persistently getting angry, like I already said, anything in excess is a kind of problem. Anything, even if there's no anger also, that is kind of some problem. So you need to show some anger also at some point of time. Not always though. Do not shout or scream at others or beat others. So because we don't beat others or we don't scream at others even if we are angry, because we are emotionally aware of that thing, of that particular emotion, right? So having emotional awareness is very important, a very important aspect in our day-to-day lives. And regulation of our emotions and having emotional intelligence. And we tend to socialize with everyone, even with the family members, relatives, and we tend to socialize. We go out for, we hang out, we go to parties, restaurants, and with our friends, right? So social skills, socializing with everyone is very important. And self-awareness. How many of you are aware of yourself? Are you living in the present moment, this present second, or your mind is running towards something else? So that is self-awareness. You need to be aware of yourself. You need to be aware that something is happening. If at all there's any kind of problem, you need to be aware. And regulating yourself. Suppose if you're deviating towards anything negative, you need to be regulating that kind of emotional deviation or deviation from yourself. All right, and have empathy. I'm sure most of you're all HRs and you show a lot of empathy towards your colleagues, because you're the first responders probably to your employees. You show a lot of empathy. You understand their emotions, you understand their feelings, and sometimes you tend to counsel them a lot, right? You counsel them and you tell them to take some help. It could be anything. Consult a doctor, consult a psychologist, or consult a psychiatrist. It could be anything. You tell them to take some help, or you only counsel them, right? You understand their problems. That is what is empathy. And you also do motivation, obviously. You motivate them to finish this work, and also to regulate their mental health, to do those tasks and everything. So all these are emotional regulation. Maintaining positive relationships. Sometimes most of us tend to fight with others, friends, partners, right? Spouses, always, right? So fighting is also a part of a relationship. So negative aspects are more concentrated always. We need to, understand those negative aspects also and tend to convert it into positive. So relation should be positive. Whatever it is, we're all humans, we make mistakes, right? So in that way, we need to, counsel ourselves and also our opposite person and maintain the positive relationships. And then self-compassion. We need to be following mindfulness. Like I already mentioned, that you need to be living in the present moment rather than living in the past or thinking about the future. We don't know how our future is going to be, how the next moment is going to be. And we can't change the past. Past is always gone. We can't change time, right? So we need to be mindful about whatever we are doing. Enjoy this present moment, live in this present moment, right? And accept life as it is. We tend to get some problems and we tend to move away from those problems. And we don't accept ourselves sometimes. We think that there's some problem in me, right? So sometimes you think for yourself and you don't accept it. Sometimes there will be emotional outbursts and you tend to feel that there's something problem in me. Not that you're having some abnormal thing. You need to accept yourself as it is and take help if at all you're dealing from that self acceptance, right? And forgive yourself first, right? And self forgiveness will help you attain a good emotional well being. So, how many of you feel that, okay, I should only have positive vibes only? So, it's okay not to have positive vibes always. It's a human thing. We have wide variety of emotions going on in our minds, everyday lives. So, it's okay not to be okay. Okay. Yeah. So this is how a tree of brain should be. We need to water that every day. Suppose there's a tree, we need to water that every day. It has to have rain also. In the similar way, we need to help ourselves, help our brain also. We need to take some rest sometimes. Our emotions need to be regulated sometimes. If at all you're facing with any problem, you're always there here. You can take help, right? And this is how you're going to improve your well-being, both cognitive as well as emotional well-being. First important thing is lifestyle modifications, positive thinking. Lifestyle modifications like exercising, having proper diet, nutrition, and regulating your day-to-day lifestyle, avoiding alcohol, cigarettes, and any kind of substances, and anything in excess also. Let it be mobile phones or coffee. So anything in excess should be regulated, right? And take help at the right time. Make sure that you're sleeping on time, waking up on time, but that is not happening. So we need to take control over that, not mobile phones or anything taking control over us. We need to take control of everything, right? And having gratitude towards everything, your colleagues and others, your family members, about your life. Feel grateful that how your life is, how you're having all the good things in your life, all right? And help others. And thank you. So any doubts, any queries, any clarifications you want? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So trauma is a different aspect, sometimes we need to identify what kind of trauma, how the intensity of trauma is, and we can, give cognitive behavioral therapy for that. So trauma focused therapies are there, and sometimes trauma can lead to different kinds of mental illnesses. So depending on the type of trauma, we can address to that. And if at all, like I already mentioned, that empathy is one such thing which is going to help others. Suppose if at all I'm telling that I have some trauma in my life, and my therapist talks to me, or my friend talks to me, showing empathy. He empathizes me. So in that way, we can sort some kind of trauma. 10 to 20% trauma is going to be resolved in that way. So hearing out, listening to someone when they're explaining or describing their trauma is a foremost important thing, I would say. Mm. Yeah, it takes around probably 10 to 20 sessions, depends, like I said, the intensity of the trauma, and motivation towards that CBT sessions.
Really help in this kind of mental illness.
Yes. So there are a lot of medications which are safe. Back in olden days, there were no much medications, and there was a lot of stigma towards mental health and also the treatment aspects, because there are a lot of side effects. People think that there are a lot of side effects, but ultimately, any tablet will have a side effect, even if it's paracetamol or an antibiotic, will have a side effect. In a similar way, um, medications for psychiatric medications will have certain side effect, but that's normal only. A little acidity and light giddiness, that's okay. That resolves after a few days, like 3-4 days. Initial period of starting the medication, there will be some side effects, but that's going to solve on its own.
I have
Suppressing your brain.
Yeah. So it's not just suppressing the brain responses. Usually there is biological evidence for that. We know about serotonin and dopamine. They usually get imbalanced in different kinds of mental illnesses, like I already mentioned, OCD, anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, even uh, any kind of addictions also. There will be imbalance of these kind of serotonin, dopamine, neurotransmitters. So to balance those neurotransmitters in the brain, these medications help in that, but they do not suppress the brain responses, or they do not suppress the emotions also. There are certain medications which help in overcoming or improving the motivation levels and everything. Yes. Yeah. So first important thing is identifying that you're facing burnout. Like I already mentioned that you have these kinds of symptoms when you're having this burnout, and there should be certain modifications done in offices also, like taking multiple breaks in between, not for taking a cigarette also, but just having a 2-minute walk here and there, or talking to your colleague, refreshing your mind. So taking multiple breaks in between helps you relieve of that burnout. And even after you go to your home also, sometimes we take our professional work also to home. We need to avoid that. So we need to set boundaries between professional life and personal life. Sometimes, most of the times, not sometimes, we tend to take everything or mix up everything. So that is causing a lot of damage. That causes that even flares up the burnout. So we need to avoid that. And taking vacations in between, talking to your friends, hanging out with them, really helps you overcome that burnout. And even after you're doing all these things, if at all it's not solving, then you need to take a professional help. It could be a sign of depression. It could be a sign of anxiety or anything else.
We can take one more question due to time constraint.
So, as part of our job role, we deal with people. So, at workplace, it can give the people very calm and composed nature, wherein we shout at home. So, how do you see this? Like,
Yeah.
I think it is a self.
Yeah. So that is called displacement. We are displacing our all our emotions towards our loved ones. Like I said, emotional regulation is very important. We need to regulate our emotions. Like in the office, if you're if at all you have any kind of emotional outbursts, you just need to convert it into something positive. Suppose converting anger into something positive, reading a book, taking a break, just breathe in and breathe out, count numbers from 50 to 0 in the reverse order. Immediately your anger comes down. So that's how we can manage our anger also. And like I already told, drawing a line between your professional and personal life is the most important thing.
Actually, we will be. So we wish, he can extend more. But I know that these questions will never end. We all have multiple questions when it comes to mental wellness, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So, like I already mentioned, that anything in excess is something abnormal. So, even in cleanliness also, if you are washing hands multiple times and for hours, I would say, sometimes people wash for half an hour continuously. So, I have seen even people clean the house every now and then for 1 hour, 2 hours, and spend most of the time throughout the day and multiple times also. So that is in excess. And they also have this distress that they know that it is some kind of problem, but they're not able to come out of it. So in that case, we need to take professional help, psychiatric help.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. It was wonderful. It's a lot of positive vibes now. So I would like to invite Mr. Ganesh Somisetti, AGM HR for Sodexo, to honor Dr. Shiva Anup. We have a small memento and a bouquet. Give him a round of applause. So he's always available in Medicover Hospital. You can reach out to him. So let's move on to our next speaker, Dr. Pranamya Pendiala. She is emergency physician. She'll be going to talk about handling a medical emergency, including BLS and first aid. Hello. Mm.
So, good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Pranamya, emergency physician from Medicover Hospitals only. So, very contrary to what Anup sir taught, I'm going to take about emergencies, medical emergencies, and how can we handle them outside the hospital or without the presence of a medical team. How many are interested in this? Everybody? Oh, nice. So, how many of you have faced or seen an unconscious patient? Unconscious person, not patient, person. Many? Yes. So how did we deal with them? What do we do generally? Sprinkle water, pulse check. Pulse check is very intellectual answer. Yes, sprinkle water, slap. Slap. Yes, we tried. Then we shake them. Yes. Any more? Mobile ring. Okay. So we'll first initially go with how to handle an unconscious patient. Do you know the reasons why a person or becomes unconscious? Stress, yes. Any more? Tiredness, low BP, sugar levels low or high? Heart stroke, yes. So there are few major medical emergencies which we face in ER department with an unconscious patient. The main thing comes is heart attack or cardiac arrest. Fits. How many of you know seizures? Yes. Seizures, any low sugars, low BP, extreme tiredness or stressfulness, these might cause unconsciousness. What are important and what can be done in these cases? What are important in all of these? Identifying what is the reason. How can you identify outside the hospital without any medical team? Symptoms like suddenly you say a person unconscious. They did not tell you any symptoms, no chest pain. They did not mention anything. They have just fell unconscious. How do you deal with them? Yes. The most important thing which you have to remember is out of every other cause and cardiac arrest, there is a difference. Only in cardiac arrest, there will be no pulse and no breathing. What does pulse and breathing mean? You are alive or dead? What does you have pulse, you have breathing? What does it mean? Alive, right? If you do not have, you are cardiac, not unconscious. You're dead. If you do not have pulse, if you do not have breathing, you are dead. Cardiac arrest. What is cardiac arrest? Are the cardiac arrest and the heart attack same? No? Yes, no. How many say yes? Cardiac arrest and heart attack are same? Yes? No, they are not the same. What is heart attack? See, your heart will have major three vessels which will be supplying your heart. Any block, complete block or a partial block, in those vessels will cause an heart attack. Heart attack. That means heart attack. Cardiac arrest means death. Patient have already died. Whatever you will be learning today, BLS, you are learning to revive the patient. You're going to do on a patient who is dead. I've seen many people coming to ER, getting a CPR, although they have pulse and breathing. They just become unconscious without checking pulse and breathing. Never proceed for BLS. All I want from you to learn is only one point. Check pulse and breathing before giving CPR. Okay? First point. Unconscious patient. In a cardiac arrest scenario, we can do BLS. Yes. In other scenarios, what can we do outside the hospital? What can you do for a low sugars? Give sugar. Once the patient becomes unconscious, can you give sugar or anything orally? No. What happens if a patient is having seizures or fits? Can we do anything? What do we do generally? Yes, I'm expecting. Yes. Yes. Any more? For seizures, sir? Okay. Is he a baby? Infant? Not below above. Generally, in kids, seizures are because of hyperthermia, which is fever. Never, even though it's fever, inducing seizures, never put in water. No, never. You can do this tepid sponging if you want. See, unconscious state is a state you're involuntary. Your body doesn't have any control over your any system or any functioning. Whatever you do, you'll harm. Your windpipe and your food pipe are just together. They're just together. They'll be sliding together. What if you put them in the water might go into the lungs. So never do that. The only thing I suggest, see, not me, any emergency physician will suggest us, there is something called as recovery position. Any unconscious patient with the pulse and with the breathing, if you do not know the cause, put them in the recovery position. What is recovery position? We do not have any volunteers today anyway. You have to, how do you sleep? Do you sleep on the left side, fetal position? Do you all know? Turning towards the left side, pulling our legs into our stomach and head little down. Yes, that is recovery position. In that position, your windpipe will be clear and there won't be any reflex. Once you become unconscious, anything inside your mouth, even your saliva or anything inside your stomach, what you have eaten will come back and will go into the lungs. So never do that. Always an unconscious patient with pulse and breathing, put them in the recovery position. We cannot do anything for a patient who became unconscious because of low sugars outside the hospital. What do we do when you get them to the hospital? Do we give sugar orally? Do we put an injection? Yes, sure. Oral route is very easy. No, why are we not doing it? Fits, seizures. Somebody told me metal. That is a general thing we give. Can we give that? Can we give that? It's an old age practice. Can we give that or not? No. No, metal will not help you to stop your seizures or fits. It won't. What will help you? What do we do in a hospital in emergency? We give sedative to stop that involuntary action first. What happens when you have seizures or fits? Your brain stops getting oxygen and your brain will die. If you do not pour water to the plant, will plant die? If no oxygen, brain dies, body dies, everything dies. Yes. So that is the reason we need to sedate the patient immediately so that fits will stop, seizures will stop, and then give anti-epileptics, which are called as seizure medications. This cannot be done outside the hospital or without a medical team. Yes, no? Can we all do? No? So what can be done? Recovery position. Low sugars I've mentioned. Low BP. What can be done? How do you know he's having low BP? You will not have a BP machine. You will not sweating. Every time sweating is not the only. Sweating happens in low sugars. Sweating happens in heart attack. Sweating happens in cardiac arrest. Sweating happens in low BP. Sweating happens if they are tired and stressed also. That cannot be the only sign. We cannot check. So in even hypotension or low BP, put the patient in recovery position. Yes. Then why are we having this session today? If answer is recovery position for everything, why are we having this session? We are having this session to identify a cardiac arrest. Many people might become unconscious in your offices or at home or any place. Life-threatening emergency, which is cardiac arrest, need to be identified. How do you identify a cardiac arrest? No pulse, no breathing. Where do you check your pulse? Any other area? Neck? Yes. What is the ideal thing in an unconscious patient? Where do you need to check? Neck or hand? Neck. Why? This is a peripheral system. For you, this is a very thin vessel. For the blood to come from the heart and reach there in an unconscious patient, it is not possible. It might be possible, but you will not know it correctly. So where do you check? In the neck. Show me where do you check in the neck. All of you take your 2 fingers. Yes. Put it in the center of your throat and just slide them. If you're taking right hand, slide to the right side. You will find a groove. Yes. Just here. You will find a groove. Yes, no. Can you all feel your pulse? Can anybody not feel your pulse? No? Everybody, yes? Okay. There is a no? Okay. Then it's a wrong position. You're raising your hands up. Take your fingers just here. Just in the groove. Little deeper. Yes? Thanks. Then, where do you check your breathing? How do you check the person is breathing or not? Nose, yes. Chest, you have finished your BLS, I suppose. Then no. Where do you check it? Nose, in general. In general. If I fall here, like this, is it possible for my airway to push all the force till here? No. Sometimes there might be wind also. You might not know. Only you have to see the chest is rising or not. Any patient lying flat, you can appreciate whether the chest is rising or not. One more thing. This is the only system you have. Neck is the only connection you have between your body and your brain. Brain is a switchboard. If it stops functioning, your body won't function. And this is the only connection between our entire body and brain. Yes. So we have 2 major pulses, right here and right here. You check. Can we check both sides at the same time? Can we check both sides at the same time? Yes, no. You will know better. Yes. How many say yes? Just because I'm saying no, it doesn't mean no. Can we or not? Yes. Why no? This is the only connection. If you stop by putting it both the sides, if by mistake patient is alive, you will kill them. So never check pulse in the neck, both sides at the same time. Only one side. I understand after BLS, everybody will be curious, enthusiastic, and everybody will try to check, but never do that. Only one side at a time. This is regarding the pulse. Regarding the breathing, we have mentioned, we have to see the chest rise. These are the basics. So can I know? Can you repeat? How do you identify a cardiac arrest? Yes. Where do you check your pulse? Neck, two sides. Where do you check your breathing? If you see a patient with pulse and breathing, he is alive. He or she is alive. Yes, it means they do not require BLS. Okay. Next step is identifying what is the cause. That is generally cannot be done outside the hospital without the medical team. You might have glucometers or BP machines in your hospitals, but I mean in your offices, but still it is not possible every time. Yes. Then if they are having, put them in the, if there is pulse, if there is breathing, put them in the, what is recovery position? Left side or right side? Why left side? Okay, no. It's a windpipe and food pipe. It will come above and the food pipe will close, so that nothing from your stomach will come out and come into your lungs. So always left, right. Always left side. This is the basics. So now identifying a scene. See, you might face an unconscious patient in the middle of the road also. Yes. Yes. On the side of the road also, in an isolated space also. What is the first step in approaching an unconscious patient? Might be in the office spaces or might be in the house. They're safe, but not every place is safe. The first step is scene safety. What is scene safety? It contains three major aspects. Patient should be safe, you should be safe, and patient should be on the ground, on an even surface. You cannot put the patient on a mattress. You cannot put the patient on a table. You cannot put the patient on any uneven road surface or in the middle of the road. So that is scene safety. First point. What is scene safety? How will you check whether you are safe or not? Surroundings, yes. If you are an only single person going in the middle of the night, somebody unconscious, how many of you are willing to help? No. Your safety is always a priority. That is scene safety. After scene safety, what do we need to do? You have identified an unconscious patient. You have seen whether a scene is safe or not. You have placed the patient on the ground. What do you do next? Can person become unconscious because of alcohol also? Any wine shop, yes. Any induced any substance abuse also? If you go directly and put the hands on their neck, how do they react? How do they react? Will they react well? So always the second step is trying to wake the patient up. Check the response. Do not directly jump into the pulse and breathing. First, try to wake the patient up. How do you do that? Yes, now creativity. How do you wake a patient up? Gentle tap, slap. Okay, water, yes. Any more? Try calling out, yes. If physically you have to wake the patient up, how do you? Kicking, shaking, slapping, punch. In my other session, somebody told socks also. Till now, I didn't forget that. So, I'm sorry, sir. Pulling the hair. Okay, please don't do all of this. There is a very simple technique. That is, if you can see, this is a mannequin. Always tap on the shoulders. Sir, sir, why on shoulders? Near to heart. Thing is, this is a strong bone. When you're trying to check for response, lapping will cause some bruise. Anything will cause other things. Just try to wake by tapping on the shoulders and calling out the name loudly. Sir, sir, what is your name? Sir, what is your name? This is what we do. What do we do after checking for response? Patient did not respond. What do you do? Call emergency. Who told sir? Me, Shepherd. Okay. Anybody else? Any other answers? Check for breathing and pulse. How many of us, me being an emergency physician right here, without any medical team, there is a very limited chance I can survive a patient. In cardiac arrest or in low sugars, even I cannot give anything orally right now with bare hands. Yes, no. I even need a cannula or injection. I mean, for me to treat a patient, I'll require something. Yes. So, whatever is the cause for unresponsiveness, we cannot read them completely outside. So, always the third step is call for help. First of all, you call. First, even unconscious, drowsy patient, whoever, drowsy. If they're wide awake, maybe sleeping, you woke them up, that is okay. But if they're drowsy, if they're unconscious, call for help. The immediate step is, how do you call for help? If I ask you to call an ambulance, how many of you will? In this room, how many of you will call an ambulance? Everybody? 108. Everybody? No. Will the call connect? If these many people call, will the call connect? No. Then no. There will be chaos. The clarity of thought. What Anup sir told. Will maintain clarity. How do we do that? By addressing one person. If you are the only person who is attending, you call the ambulance first and then go for pulse and breathing. If you have group of people, maintain eye contact. How do you do that? Ma'am, call an ambulance and ask them to bring an AED or a shock machine. These are the instructions you need to give while calling for help. After calling for help, now our part. Check pulse, check breathing. There is no pulse, there is no breathing. What needs to be done? What does it mean? No pulse, no breathing. What does it mean? Cardiac arrest. Yes. What do we need to do now? CPR. What does CPR consist of? Two major things. One is chest compressions. The other is giving breathing. If they are not having breathing, what do we give? Chest compressions? If they are not having breathing, what is helpful? Giving breathing is helpful or chest compressions? If they are not having breathing, give breathing. If they are not having pulse, give chest compressions. What is pulse? Heart is pumping. Pumping, blood comes out. What is our normal heart rate? 70 to 100. Yes. This pumping, it pumps. The blood comes out. How many ever times it pumps? That is pulse rate or heart rate. Very simple. When there is no heart functioning, will it work? Will there be a pulse? No. What do we need to do? We give chest compressions. We pump the heart. We are mechanically, externally pumping the heart from outside. So if there is no pulse, give chest compressions. If there is no breathing, then give breathing. In some patients, there will be pulse, there will be no breathing. Any examples you can give? Asthma. Patients with severe asthma, they might have respiratory arrest. What happens in asthma? Your lung cell is this much normally. That becomes very narrow. There will be no air going into it. What do we need to do? We need to release this. In those patients, respiratory arrest happens first and later comes the cardiac arrest. So if there is no breathing, give breathing. If there is no pulse, give compressions. Then how do you give the compressions? Where do you give the compressions? See, in the center of your heart, in the center of your chest. How many of left-handers? How many of you are the left-handers? One? Yes. First of all, we place the non-dominant hand in the center of the chest. For right-handers, it will be left, and for left-handers, it will be right. So, you take this, you place this in the middle of the chest. Where is the middle of the chest? In the middle of the nipple line, you place it. Yes. And then your non-dominant hand goes first. You place your non-dominant hand, then your dominant hand comes and forms a fist. Okay. Forms a fist. Okay. After this, what do you do? You have to press deep, right? How much deep do you need to press? Will the heart be just below the skin? No. Then how deep? Yes. 5 centimeters or 2.5 inches, we say. Can we measure outside with a scale? So there is something called as 1/3 of the anterior posterior diameter. If a patient's body is this much, might be obese, might be thin, there 1/3 you need to press deep. Okay. What is the ratio? If there is no pulse, there is no breathing. What is the ratio? 30 times you have to give the compressions. 2 times you have to give the breathing. 30:2 is a ratio. That is called 1 cycle. How fast should you give? We thought about 70 to 100 is our normal heart rate, right? 100 to 120 compressions per minute is the rate you need to maintain. Okay. Depth we talked about. Cycle we talked about. 1 cycle is 30:2. Yes. Like that, 5 cycles should be finished within 2 minutes. How fast should you be then? How tiring will it be then? Yes, no. It is tiring. That is why we call for help first, so that somebody can come and help us. Okay. 30:2. And one more thing, when you're giving compressions, you should always allow chest to come back. Why? If you press it completely and if you're not allowing it to come back completely, blood won't pump. And when you're giving breathing, how do you give breathing? Mouth to mouth? Yes. Yes. How do you give mouth to mouth? Is it possible after COVID? Are we all comfortable? No. How do you give then? Do we not give? We should give. So we give like this. Yes. Can you all form a hollow with your hands? Just show me how do you want to give a breathing. Is there any leakage while you're giving? Yes. Any other methods you know? Both the hands? Yes. One is paper. If paper is available, roll it and put it. But BLS, paper availability is very less. So what we can do is your 2 hands, okay? You put like this and you close it. If you do this, there is a leakage. If you do this, there is a leakage. Only this is the position where you can control the leakage. Okay? This is how you need to put this. And later, after, while giving breathing, can we extend the neck? Should we? Okay, why not? Yes. Except in trauma, means accidents or fall from heights or any hanging cases, or in children less than 5 years, 6 years old, do not extend the neck. In every other individual, you can and you should extend the neck. If I fall like this and you're giving breathing, will it go? No, you need to extend it. Okay, except in accidents and children. You're not supposed to extend the neck. Okay, while you're giving a breathing, you first take a long breath. Will your breath will be enough for them? So you take a long breath. 2 times you give it like this. So these are the simple 5 steps. What is the ratio? 30:2 is called a 1 cycle. How many cycles in 2 minutes? Yes. How much deep do you go? 1/3 of the anterior posterior diameter, or 2.5 inches, or 5 centimeters. These we are talking regarding an adult. Okay. How fast will you be? 100 to 120 per minute. Should you allow the chest to come back while you are giving compressions? Yes. Should you allow the chest to rise when you are giving breathing? I did not tell this, no? When you are giving breathing, when you are taking a breath, is your chest raising? Yes. Then when you are giving breathing also, their chest should also rise. If it is not rising, it means you are not giving enough, or there is an obstruction in the airway. If you can see anything in the mouth in an unconscious patient, you can remove. In a drowsy patient, never put your fingers inside the patient's mouth. That is not advisable. These are the 5 steps. So after how many minutes do we recheck whether there is a pulse or not? I mean, whether patient became alive or not? After every cycle, no. After 5 cycles, after every 2 minutes, you recheck. How do you recheck? Pulse and breathing. Yes. In the meanwhile, you have called for an ambulance, no, initially. What did you ask for in ambulance? Or shock machine. This is the AED. Can you all see? Yes. These are the pads, attaching pads for the AED. You have a machine, you have pads. How many buttons? What are those? Green and orange. Very simple way to use, only 2 buttons, nothing complicated. What is green for? Generally, green is for? To switch it on, switch it off. Normal. Yeah, orange is for? Sorry? No. Orange is to give shock. If you press orange button only, then only this machine will deliver shock. Okay. Now, how do you connect? There is a connector. Right here, you will have a connector. Or side, maybe ho sakta hai, like that is not a mandatory thing. So, you connect it this way. Where do you place the pads? Where on chest? No, there is a position. So, if this is a body, one always below the right collarbone. Right collarbone below, you place it. Yeah, thank you, sir. You place it one below the right collarbone and one below the left nipple is where we place the pads. Can you all remember these placements after this class? Yes, no? Okay, if you don't remember also, there are pictures on the pads. You can remember that one thing. Being smart, you can remember. You will have pictures if you don't remember. Thank you. So, thank you. Okay, these are the placement of the pads. If you don't remember, where do you see? Pictures on the pads. Can we give shock to pregnant females? Can we give shock to children? Can we give shock to a 100-year-old? Shock can be and should be given to everybody, irrespective of anything. No matter children, adult, pregnant, infant, shock should be given to everybody. Can CPR be given to a children? Children, yes. To pregnant? To 100-year-old? Yes. CPR and shock are never a contraindication for anything. There are only few things where, do you know a pacemaker? If there is no proper functioning of the heart, they place a machine below your clavicle, either side, any side they might place. In those cases, can we give shock? We can. We can give shock. Where do you place the pads? If it is just here, right, below the right collarbone, place it little below. Okay? The placement of the pad should be a little below the pacemaker. No contraindications for CPR and shock. Sir? You can touch it. When you touch their skin, you will know there is a lump or there is a machine. It is clearly evident. If you touch any of the collarbones before placing it, you will know it is there. Some people might have medication patches here. You just need to remove. And one more thing. How many minutes or how much time do we continue CPR? When do we decide this patient doesn't deserve life? Outside the hospital scenario, I'm talking. In hospital, whatever we call, it's institutional. Outside the hospital, any patient will have only 30 to 40 minutes after a cardiac arrest. How practical is it for me? For any of you, if I have a cardiac arrest here, for you people to take me to my ER, it will take minimum 20 minutes. Yes, no? Will I live? Will my brain function after that? Yes, no? That is the reason you are learning CPR today. What you can do in this meantime, how can you save a patient, is what you are learning today. If everybody can be transported within 20 to 30 minutes, then it is good, but it is not practically possible. That is why we are learning. Very few circumstances in drowning or in patients dying because of severe snow, mountaineering or something. In those cases, CPR can be continued till 1.5 to 2 hours. That is called prolonged CPR. In other cases, 30 to 40 minutes is the maximum where we can do. But never decide to stop CPR outside the hospital. You do your part. You hand them over to a medical professional. They will decide whether to continue or not. But you do not take decision regarding this outside the hospital. Okay? This is the point. So this is the complete CPR what we have to learn. AED came. What are the instructions an AED gives when you switch it on? I'll let you listen once. As I power it on.
Analyzing shock advised. Charging. Stay clear of patient. Deliver shock now. Press the orange button now. Shock delivered. Begin CPR.
What instructions it gave? What is the first instruction after switching it on? Why? I told you, until unless you press the orange button, shock won't be delivered. You don't need to worry regarding that. How many of you had an ECG? Yes? Did the sister annoy you not to move while they are taking ECG? Yes? Why? Whatever the rhythm you are having, it will show abnormal in the ECG if you move. An unconscious patient cannot move. When you touch the patient, your rhythm might go to them and that will show wrong rhythm. That is the first point. That is why it will ask you not to touch the patient. After not touching the patient, what is the second thing it did? It analyzed. whether this type of cardiac arrest requires shock or not. Some cardiac arrests require shock. Some cardiac arrests won't require shock. Can we decide outside the hospital? Can I decide here without the ECG machine? Can I decide without a monitor? This can decide. This will analyze and this will tell you, is it advised or not? So after, while analyzing the heart rhythm, it will ask you not to touch the patient. After analyzing, it will tell you whether to give shock or not. If it says no shock required, you begin, you continue your CPR. If it advises shock, initially it will charge itself. Later, it will ask you to press after pressing the orange. While you're pressing orange button, can you touch the patient? Why? Now it is shock. You're pressing the orange button, means you're giving shock. So now do not touch the patient. And you're not the only person there. So if there are anybody, you know how to handle this. So you should let them know. Stay clear. After that, give shock. After giving shock, should we continue CPR? Yes, no? Why yes? Why yes? It have instructed to do. Sir, ma'am? There is a conductivity abnormality in the heart that might leads to cardiac arrest. That activity will be put in place with a shock. What is pacemaker? When there is an abnormal activity, the pacemaker will automatically function. When you give a shock, everything will come into a line. The activity. Conduction abnormalities will be taken care by a shock. That's how shock works. That is the reason in some people, they might not have any conduction abnormalities. That might be a pure clot or pure any severe. See, cardiac arrest is not only because of the heart. Cardiac arrest happens if you do not have sugars in your body also. Low sugars, for 3 to 4 hours, patient will die. Anything might cause cardiac arrest. Heart attack is because of block in the vessels. Cardiac arrest might be because of severe infection, no fluid, drowning, respiratory arrest. Cardiac arrest have multiple reasons. That is why we need to have this. If there are any conduction abnormalities issues, this will detect and this will advise a shock. After giving the shock, continue CPR. For how many minutes do you continue and recheck? 2 minutes. Do you use this again? Can we give shock multiple times? Yes, no. Why yes? We need to give. After every 2 minutes, when you're checking your pulse and breathing of a patient, you need to switch it on. Do we need to take out the pads? Until and unless you press the orange button, shock will not deliver. Don't worry regarding this. Okay? So only thing you can do is after every 2 minutes, recheck whether there is pulse or breathing. At the same time, check AED also if you have an AED. This is the whole CPR or BLS. Tired by listening only? By doing? Can we recall the steps once? First step is when you see a patient unconscious, what do you do? In the middle of the road, what do you do? First, scene safety. Yes. The second step is try to wake the patient up. Third step is if patient is unresponsive or drowsy, call for help. After calling for help, what do you do? How do you call for help? And ask for what? Single point of contact, eye-to-eye contact with and asking for an AED or a shock machine. After doing that, how do you check whether a patient is alive or not? Where do you check your pulse? Where do you check your breathing? Chest rise. How much time do we check them? This is a bouncer. Only for 5 to 10 seconds. Not more than that, not less than that. 5. Can we check both sides at the same time? No. No. Very proud. Then how do you check the breathing? Chest raise. No pulse, no breathing. What do you do? CPR. There is pulse, there is breathing. What do you do? Put the patient in the recovery position. After putting the patient in the recovery position, after every 2 minutes, please recheck the pulse and breathing. They might go into cardiac arrest anytime. Okay. How do you give the compressions? Where do you place your hands? Middle of the chest or middle of the nipples? Exactly. Non-dominant or dominant hand? Then your dominant hand. One more thing, from your shoulders to your wrist, everything should be straight. If the patient is down on the ground, you will achieve this line, the straight line you will achieve. If the patient is here, can I achieve? I cannot. So always on the ground. After this, what do you do? 30:2 is the ratio. How many beats per minute you give? How many compressions per minute? How deep you go? 1/3. Yes. Yes. Do you minimize the chest compressions? Do you stop chest compressions anytime? No. How do you give breathing? You understood this thing? Can you show? Yes. Yes. Do this. While giving breathing, you take a long breath. After every how many minutes do you recheck? This is an AED. Where do you place the pads? If not, if you forget, picture. Yes. There is a green and there is an orange button. Green button is to orange button. This is the whole CPR. And take the accompany them till you hand over them to a medical team. Okay. What happens if in the middle they get the pulse and breathing? What do you do? Stop CPR. Then put them in the recovery position and recheck the pulse every 2 minutes. This is about cardiac arrest. In heart attacks, we have only 12 hours. Heart attacks, not cardiac arrest. Heart attacks, there is something called as golden period. If you have chest pain now, you have only 12 hours to recover that vessel. So make sure anybody, what are the signs of heart attack? Shoulder pain, chest pain, sweating, breathlessness, severe palpitations. Cough, yes. We have only 12 hours to recover the vessel. Or do anybody of you know paralysis? 5 minutes, I'll finish. Paralysis? Yes. How many of you know paralysis? What are the symptoms? Okay. Any loss of power? How many of you have went to an ER because of giddiness and they have advised a MRA for you? I mean, do anybody of you know? Patient with simple giddiness might have a stroke, brain stroke. So, if you come to an ER and they advise an MRA, don't think they're taking your money. They're trying to rule out whether you have a brain stroke or not. Might be simple for you. I have seen 31 years, 30 years old, having heart attacks, having brain stroke. For me, it is not normal when you come to ER with giddiness. Might be it is normal for you. This is the first thing. How do you identify any giddiness? Any slurring of speech, not being able to speak properly? Any hand or limb weakness? When you're walking, you're falling off. These are the signs. In those cases, you have only 3.5 to 4 hours to recover that vessel. After 3.5 onset of symptoms, from onset of symptoms to completion of the treatment, you have only 3.5 to 4 hours. That is golden period. If you miss that, that is gone. In some cases, if you have major infarcts, they will take up for the surgery that within 24 hours. That is called thrombectomy. Okay. And you're having this, please make sure you visit an ER or a hospital nearby. Any questions? This is, yes, please. When we are in kind of a stress or in an emergency situation, we are really nervous and we try to help people. Common sense, what we feel is if we press the green button, we tend to press the red button to stop it. That will give a shock to the person. This is orange button. It won't charge. It won't charge. Once it finishes its analysis only, once it gets charged only, then only you can give shock. Even if you press C, I'll show you. I switched it on. Is it giving shock? It won't give the shock. Yes. Yes. It should analyze the heart rhythm. It should charge itself. Then only it will give shock if you press orange button. No, it will give the instructions. Continue CPR, shock not advised. This is an automatic machine. That is the reason it is advising shock. Or else it won't advise shock if it is not required. Yes. In ambulance, we have types. There is a basic ambulance and there is an ACLS ambulance. In ACLS ambulance, you will have all of this. Proper monitor defibrillator will also be there in the ACLS ambulance. But this is a basic thing. It will be available anywhere. And it should be there in all of your offices also. Yes, that is how you have to buy this AED. This is a very simple thing. In every mall, in every railway station, in every airport, you will have this. In sometimes, now after this, every office will have this. Yes? Sir. This won't be available with the AED. In the basic life support, this won't be available. If this is available, this is an oxygen reservoir. How do you do this? This is a narrow end, this is a broad end. You put like, you're giving mouth to mouth breathing, right? Without giving mouth to mouth breathing, you put like this, you close it and you give the breathing. It is not possible if you're the only person who is doing all of this. If there are two people, they can use this. Or else mouth to mouth classic 30:2 should be followed. If you have this, every 6 seconds, give one breathing. This won't be available generally outside. To show they have got it. Any other questions? Sir. Generally, when we cover like this, sir, we do this. We stay here. You cover like this only. Nose is above. Nose is above. So the oral pharynx which is there, you are giving, it will directly go. There is no relation with this. It might, but that's an expiration. That is gargling sound. When person cannot maintain their airway, those sounds come. In that case, you need to intubate the patient. What happens when you're unconscious? Your tongue falls back. And there won't be no breathing properly. That is the place where you get all these sounds. In those cases, we generally do the intubation or put the patient on the ventilator. Always at the chest end. Kneel down at the chest end. How did I check here? How did I check for pulse and breathing, or how did I tap the shoulders? At the chest end. Always, if you're the only one who is doing this, be on the chest end, kneel down. And check for pulse and breathing like this. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We love your energy.
Thank you.
It was wonderful. So we would like to invite K. Shashidhar, General Manager, to honor Dr. Pranamya. Please give a round of applause. Yes. So here we have Advocate Radha Krishnamurthy. So, sir, we know that we have met in a lot of platforms. So he is a veteran in, in advocating labor laws. And, a brief about him I can give. He's a practicing advocate in High Court of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and he is now practicing in industrial and labor and employment and corporate legal matters as well. So, over to you, sir. I know we are running short of time, so please.
To wrap up and
Yes. So I know that all of them are eagerly waiting for this because we are here.
for my session or for
Yes,
the
yes. So he'll be talking about the, yeah, sir will be talking about the workplace accidents and the legal perspective on it.
now I got to run in after that, right? And this is because of the paucity of time, right? I had to speak. I'm audible to you. Okay, then it's okay. They do normally with an accident and then want to do another thing.
of course, as per the medical care is concerned, the other speakers are all speakers today in this group. It's because they're different subjects altogether. But I think that I just explained in subject as well. In the event of accident, it is not so much accident or improvement to the accident may result to small injuries or partial disablement or permanent disablement depending on the nature of the injury. That will all be there and that will be dealing with the statement of compensation and apply compensation languages. Normally, the company or the collective or the fact you will be finding two categories of employees. One category of those who are covered under the ESI scheme. Those who are covered under the ESI scheme, the medical care will be taken care of by the ESI corporation, where we have lost the that benefit and other things that will be taken care by the ESI. So the employee percentage is up to 21,000 are covered under the ESI scheme. And those who are trying more than 21,000 per month, that is covered under the employee compensation plan. Under the employee compensation plan, that is one aspect of it. I think calculating as well as responsibility that's not responsible without looking into the theory, because you all know the theory which you have already put it in practice. Need physically go down. And these are the normalcy act. Whenever you have accident happens, that is employee status that where they are covered under the ESI scheme, they will be taken care to be by the ESI corporation in respect of the medical treatment, everything. So that also in the event of any accident that occurs, you have to submit the form 18, the accident report, when it's covered under ESI scheme, and as well as to the director of factory or inspector of factory when it's yours in the factory, not an establishment. You have to immediately intimate them, form 18, the cause of accident, how the accident is placed under the that will be intimated to the director of factory. That is also the practice act of the future. The other thing is that employees compensation act. Employees compensation where you got to deposit some sort of first, you need to take care of the missing cash, get you treated. Suppose in the event if you get well and good, that whatever the sickness period leave that is paid as per the employees compensation, if it's covered under the ESI corporation, will pay for it, not mine. That's why I am speaking about the Indian Penal Code. Number 6, in a factory, if any accident takes place, one thing is that the employer will be prosecuted by the Department of Factory, but negligence to follow the safety instructions, taking the off. The other thing is off day, nowadays. Even the police are filing a complaint under section 304A IPC for negligence on the part of the employer who resulted to death. So there is a person that came up before the court that for the same offense they had got person is not to get quite for the same offense. What called as in the legal term doctrine of pure part. So earlier there is a judgment that no, for the same offense he can't be punished twice and he cannot be prosecuted, the employer cannot be prosecuted. That one is an offense that the other one is the court, who are the two different acts. Thus the cause of action arises out of the same incident, but it is an offense under different acts. So the simultaneous prosecution also can be done. So normally the thing is that in an outfit, suppose if the lift is not properly maintained, if you met with an accident in the lift or somewhere, someplace, then also there is a possibility of the employer being prosecuted for the negligence under section 304A, though not under the practice act, just for a national practice act. It's an employee coming That is, yeah. Yes, very much. While coming to duty or going back to duty, that is the doctrine of notional extension of employment. Notional extension of employment. I come to that point, and these are the acts normally covered. This is the thing which we have already covered. These are the normally disability. What permanent partial disability. This is another thing which normally most of the cases in ITI, you can find it out that occupation better than the undercoat. Medicover is the undercoat. Because like electric policy, office के साथ office के साथ you you continue to work on it and log in and log out and still you would be doing it. You would, because it would cause lot of stress agony to you. That may result to some sort of occupation. The stress resulting in a heart attack or something. So after we see, it's a different occupation. These are the things that are required only due to the stress purpose that I am quite ill and healthy for. So that is what called as an occupational disease. In certain of the manufacturing operations, certain things where they create discrete problems, like inhaling or something, not within the bond, if not, it will lead to occupational disease. But that also employer is right. But that also employer. That is why normally wherever there is, of course, in some of the countries, Western countries, where there is a stress, they can take it easy. So some of the countries, suddenly they can take it. For 3 days, I'm taking you on it's not possible. After 3 days, he goes back, he would plan it to further step. That would be the other issue. So normally the working, that is what normally work-life balance is also must to maintain the health. Otherwise it will be occupation. This is another thing. This is what you are talking about, man. That is doctrine of notional extension. Normally the accident always need not be. What is the accident? In the basis of the employer, accident outside the basis of the employer. Outside the basis of the employer, suppose if the modification is there, he will be traveling mostly, he may make it an accident, then still it is in the course of employment, though it is not caused in the premises of the employer. Similarly, when the employer is coming to office, if you make it an accident, or if it is going back to home, if you make it an accident, that is what called as personal disease. Of course, employer can also recommend, but the responsibility that is related to the work. Therefore, your liability is a civil liability for payment of compensation. But suppose in the event if the company vehicle that is provided is coming sick, if you make it an accident, you will take it that compensation. But the criminal liability may not be there. Only the civil liability will be there. That is what doctrine of notional extension. And also the thing what you got to see is the probable time. If you leave the office at 5 o'clock, the people have to take 8 o'clock. You are not responsible. What is the use of food? Keyboard. You need a possible to. If you are going out of the room somewhere else and going movie or somewhere or party and then going back to home, while going back to home at 10 o'clock if you make it an accident, then it is not so. So the probability also has to be 50. This is the penal cycle on the factor tax. There is one of the provisions of the specific rules for working with the contract. Suppose the patient of accident, either And another thing is that where he's got the multiple locations, the presence is there, and where he is not able, no employer can be present at any particular, no employer can be present at any particular place. All the time, he can't be present. He can't be present. Every employee at the first place. Just due to the negligence of the supervisor, due to the negligence of the concerned employee, the accident may do occur. What is the responsibility of an employee? To give training, safety training, to provide every infrastructure, and as well as the compliance safety law. Like that's the most important part. At the corner of your street, it can't make and call every person take into the liquor law certificate letter. So it is the case in respect of the complaint. So in such case, it is feel that there is an aspect of the output of the worker or the employee or aspect of the worker on account of then you can put or say that person before the court of law and say that I am not the person, he is the person, substitute me, substitute this decision and excuse me something. That is the common. Right. So that's
Put him with questions.
now. Compensation wise, for the civil liability, because it is in the course of employment, so it is not in the hands of the employer. It is not invite the yes, yes. The act of mind. Right. Yeah, this is a valid point rather. Suppose in the event normally taking is that 304A, immediately they file a complaint to police people, but they take their own time to file the charge sheet. At times may file, may not file, and it remains with the final report and saying that it may be closed, subject to various terms and conditions which you obviously know. And suppose in the event of filing the charge sheet, police case will take long time. So is the case. Sorry. So is the so is the case in respect of the factories, because they have 3 months time to file the complaint. After the occurrence of the incident, they have 3 months time to file the complaint, right? Suppose in the event if they file, as I said, in any court, litigation is a speculation without knowing the destination. You don't expect that overnight it to be numbered. For that it to be numbered, it also may take 6 months. And the trial to commence, it may take another 6 months. For the trial to conclude, it may take another 3 or 4 years. In a case where I came across, the director of factories filed a prosecution case for engaging the child labor. It came up for trial after 6 years. So the employee came with her own child. Because even if it's 13 years after 8 means 21 means they get married so early, and she came into the box with a child. The judge asked, how can she be a child when she is having child? That is the state of affairs, and at times, suppose in the event one of the judgments comes earlier and the other judgment comes later, it can be used as a piece of evidence, but not binding on the judge. Of course, if they come before the same judge, he already acquits on one case, he can't take a different view. By any chance, if the judge gets transferred, his successor comes, he can take a different view. It's all your luck. Right.
Anything else? Any more questions? Yes, sir. Depending on the earning age and wage, not the age. You can buy the car. There will be a relevant factor. Basing on the relevant factor, you have to make the computation of the compensation. So accordingly, they will be paid. Medical insurance doesn't speak in none of the programs of that speak about the medical insurance. It is only the effect and apply the welfare. It is being educated as a gesture to the employee, but it is not educated under any of the provisions of law. It is liability to not liability. All of you, one thing you got to remember is under labor law, the project it should be always the topmost person, a director only. No less than a director be nominated as an officer or a person who is the manager who is having overall control over the affairs of the establishment. So the director means you can't appoint a director, appointee director, an employee director. If that is the even for a senior most person, about 2 years back, it is a certificate for the sir and made them. Essentially, that we nominated as it is recommended board of directors.
Thank you. It will never get over. We'll meet in the next platform. So we would like to invite Mr. Syed Shabir Basha, AGM, Telangana Head for Corporate Sales, Medicover, to honor Advocate Jada Krishnamurthy. So all the doctors, whoever has spoken so far, asked you one question. Do you exercise? Do we exercise? How many of you? 45 minutes daily. Yes, wonderful. So let us have a talk on ergonomics and desk exercises, which we can do in our own premises, office premises. We can advise to our employees as well, right? At least to our teammate, we can make it a practice. So we would like to invite Dr. Suman Banik, consultant orthopedic surgeon. He's a fellow in robotic joint replacement. He also honor a fellowship in Elizabeth surgeries. So please, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Uh, I believe it's been a rather a long day and long presentations for you guys. Ergonomics will actually let you know what you need to do whenever you have such long presentations and long, hours of sitting. So ergonomics is, anybody here knows what ergonomics is? Yeah, so I'll not ask you. Yeah. So ergonomics is actually, it actually deals with the science of fitting the job to that specific occupation or to that specific worker. So suppose if I'm in a field of athletics or sports, so what I need to exactly do physically to keep myself in shape, and hence by minimizing all the physical hazards or occupational hazards that I might be facing. So suppose you are into a desk job, it will actually describe or let you know what you need to do so that you can minimize your physical hazards or the physical side effects of your particular job, and thereby increasing the productivity and efficiency of your own job. Okay, so that is in a nutshell. So here we are going to talk what is ergonomics and what are MSDs. MSDs is not the famous Dhoni, it is musculoskeletal disorders or diseases. What are the symptoms of it and what you can yourself do to evaluate how better you can be at your workplace so that you can again minimize the occupational hazards and improve your efficiency. And what are the solutions to it? Again, the objectives to establish the ergonomics in the workplace, introducing basic skills in recognition and controlling of your occupational ergonomic hazards, and introducing exercises at your workplace. The program goal is to minimize any sort of injuries due to chronic physical and psychological stresses while maximizing the productivity and efficiency. And as I said earlier, ergonomics is the science of fitting the job to the worker. What is mechanics? In the school and intermediate, probably we must have learned a lot about our physics and all. So you apply the same principles onto your own human body, it becomes a biomechanics. So basically, whenever you're in any kind of position, like sitting or standing or doing some kind of work, there's a lot of forces which act on your muscles and joints on your body, which you actually don't realize. Suppose you're sitting here, your hip and knees are flexed at 90 degrees. So there's a lot of muscle forces which are happening at your joint. Likewise, when you're standing or running or holding something, even if you're not doing anything, there's a lot of forces and resultant vectors which are acting at your joint, and that leads to something called as a joint reaction forces. So at your hip right now, there is a something which is acting called as a joint reaction force. Even at your knee or your shoulders or your spine, the back, so there's something called as a joint reaction force. So you should be very well aware of how much joint reaction force you can actually accommodate in your body. So for example, if you're just holding a bottle like this, holding a bottle like this is not, it's such a difficult task. But if you're holding a glass of bottle like this or a glass of water or a bottle like this for around 5 minutes, your shoulder starts paining, your hand starts paining, your elbow starts, experiencing a dragging pain. So that is what is called as biomechanics. The force that acts on each muscle, each joint, when you're doing that particular act is a biomechanics. So it is nothing but the science of measuring the amount of force put on the muscles and the joints of people when they're working in different positions. It can be static. As I said, when you're sitting, it becomes a static biomechanical force. And when you're moving, it becomes a dynamic biomechanical force. And all these things were actually, documented as early as 1700s in people who do repetitive actions, like clerks, cobblers, tailors, and porters. Even people who actually do a lot of desk job, actually I get a lot of Saturday OPs with these kind of ergonomic hazards. So people who do a lot of desk jobs, they come with a lot of soft tissue and musculoskeletal problems. Not very severe, not very significant, but it nags them in their day-to-day life. For example, if you're just holding a mouse, you're operating a mouse, your wrist is always compressed against the desk. So a lot of the 90 to 95% of of my patients who come, especially on Saturdays, are people who have back pain, chronic back pain, and who have wrist pain. So these are not very significant biomechanical forces, but when it becomes consistent, like I said, an example of holding a bottle for 5 minutes. So when you're just compressing your wrist against the desk, it is not a very significant biomechanical force which is acting on your wrist. But once it becomes chronic over a period of so many days or so many months, then it starts producing the occupational hazard. So what happens is there's a nerve which passes through your wrist, so that gets compressed little by little duration every day. Over a period of time, it becomes a major compressive force. So that is when you start experiencing symptoms. The same thing happens with your back. So the back muscles, they need a bit of stretching, they need a bit of mobilization. And you have been sitting for the past, what, 4 hours now or 3 hours? So next Saturday, I can see probably 50% of them to my OPDs. Yeah. So that is what it is. So according to ergonomics, you shouldn't be in a static position for more than 45 minutes. Ideal is 30 minutes, but we can stretch it up to 45 minutes. After 45 minutes, you need to do some kind of desk stretches, or just get up from the position that you're in, just take a walk, take a stroll, just try to stretch your back. So all these exercises are also there. I'll just come back to them later. So the ergonomic focus is this. So we are here. The overlap of the three circles, that is the task that is given to us, the workstation and the environment that you're in, and the kind of tools that we have to complete the task. And these resulting injuries, because of the repetitive stresses or the biomechanical forces which act on our muscles and joints and bodies, are called as cumulative trauma disorders, or repetitive strain injuries, or musculoskeletal disorders. And this is very important because it is important for both the employees and the employers. Because one, for the employee, definitely it causes some kind of physical ailment or some kind of sickness. And because of the employee sickness, the productivity is lost, and that is where the employer part comes into picture. So it accounts for almost 1/3 of the lost day injuries every year. And because of that, it costs almost 15 to 20 billion dollars of revenue in workers' compensation each year. And what are the common causes? As I said, repetitive or prolonged activities, awkward postures or positions for an extended period of time, static postures, people involved with some kind of vibration jobs, people exposed to high or low temperatures for an extended time, and jobs which involve some kind of physical exertions. And what are the main ergonomic stress areas? These are the main ergonomic stress areas. So almost each part of your body will be affected, right from the head, the eyes, your neck, your back, your shoulders, the upper back, the lower back, your knees and hips as well. And how do you recognize the musculoskeletal disorders or the ergonomic hazards? So what is the difference between a sign and a symptom? Anybody? Symptoms is what you experience, and sign is what you can elicit, what you can show. You cannot show a pain. That's a symptom that you're experiencing. But you can elicit a range of movement being decreased. So suppose your knee bends up to almost 140 degrees, but if it starts bending only up to 90 degrees, that becomes a restriction of motion, and that becomes a sign. So how do you recognize that you're experiencing a musculoskeletal disorder or a cumulative trauma disorder? You will have constant muscle fatigue or pain. You cannot sit like this for extended period of time. You'll be experiencing some kind of backache or hip pain in the hip or the groin, like muscle like fatigues or pains or aches, burning sensations probably in your feet and hands, tingling or numbness, which you call as paresthesias in medical terms, or you might be experiencing some kind of muscle stiffness, like your neck becomes stiff. And the signs of musculoskeletal disorders are decreased range of motion, loss of function of that particular joint or body part, some kind of deformity that happens, muscle crampings, a decreased grip strength, or swelling of that particular part, or redness of the eyes when you're exposed to too much of blue light and screen time. So coming to the examples of MSD, these are the most common examples. One is tendonitis. A most common example of tendonitis is a tennis elbow. I'm sure most of them will be aware of what tennis elbow is. Yes, the great Sachin Tendulkar, he had this at one point in time. So what happens is when you're doing the same repetitive activities for an extended period of time, uh, the tendons are nothing but these are the muscles. Suppose I'm just showing an example of a forearm. These are the muscles. This is the extensor aspect of the forearm, and this is the flexor aspect of the forearm. Flexor is the one which bends. Extensor is the one which extends your arm, okay, or that particular point. So the extensor muscles of your forearm, they all converge and they have a attachment point here near the elbow. So wherever the confluence of the muscles, they go and attach, that is called as a tendon. So tendon is a part which connects the muscle to the bone. A ligament is a part which connects the bone to the bone. Suppose you have a knee, your knee is supposed to be stable. It is not supposed to move like this. It is supposed to move only in one direction like this. Only flexing and extending, flexion and extension. Once it starts moving like this, it means the side ligaments that are there, which we call as collateral ligaments, so they are not working properly. So once your knee is unstable, it means the ligaments are not working properly. So ligament is a part which connects the bone to the bone, and a tendon is a part which connects the muscle to the bone. So whenever there is an inflammation or some kind of irritation because of the repetitive activities that you have been doing for the past so many months or days, so what happens is the tendon which goes and gets attached to that point in the bone, it gets inflamed, it gets irritated, it gets swollen up. So that is when you have a very sharp pain. You will not have pain continuously. For example, if you have a tennis elbow, only on extension you will have pain because these are the extensor muscles. So only on extension, only on that particular activity, you will have that kind of pain. When you're bending your elbow, you'll not have that pain. So a tendonitis is a condition where the tendon gets inflamed because of the repetitive activity. So Sachin Tendulkar used to keep, batting. He's a right-hander. So the dominant hand becomes a left hand. So he had tennis elbow over his left hand. So people who, do these kind of activities, who are involved with a lot of extension activities like bike drivers, so they have a lot of prolonged period of active duration. They keep their arms extended. So over a period of time, the extensor muscle tendons, it goes and gets inflamed there because of some kind of irritation which has been happening over a period of so many days. So that is a most common example of a tendonitis. It can happen anywhere. This is the most common example. So few people come with tendonitis of their Achilles tendon near the heel. So they come with a lot of heel pain. So that is also a tendonitis example. Then next is carpal tunnel syndrome. So this is also one of the very, very, very most common OP that I get, especially on Saturdays because of the IT crowd. So again, as I said, there is a compression in the wrist, and there is a nerve which goes through the wrist and supplies the fingers. So when because of compression over a period of so many days and chronic compression, the nerve also starts compressing. Then you get tingling in your hands or numbness in your hands or loss of grip strength. The strength in your grip comes down, or the range of movement of your fingers can also come down. So that is the carpal tunnel syndrome. So that can happen anywhere. Most common point is the wrist. It can happen in your elbow also. So whenever you just have a click in your elbow, you can feel that current feeling kind of sensation. So that is because the nerve passes on the on the backside of the elbow, and all this happens with more of the superficial nerves. So likewise in your knee also, if you just hit your knee on the outer aspect of the knee, you can feel that current sensation. So that is because there is a nerve which passes there. So whenever there is a nerve compression, because of these chronic activities, it can cause compression syndromes. And compression syndromes are, how do you recognize a compression syndrome? It is because it is like you get a tingling sensation or paresthesias or numbness. The sensation is very abnormal. It's not like a normal sensation. Or there might be a loss of power in that particular part. So this is the example of the carpal tunnel syndrome, and this yellow thing is a nerve. It's called as a median nerve, which supplies the 3.5 fingers of your hand. The other one is a trigger finger syndrome. So this, I think the incidence of trigger finger syndrome has come down. It was more commonly seen in typists earlier, in clerks, because it involved a lot of typing and the finger used to like become a trigger, like the trigger of a gun. So the most commonly affected finger was the ring finger. So when the finger becomes like this, then you'll have to like snap it out and then extend it. So that is also again a musculoskeletal or a soft tissue disorder. It's not nothing to do with the bone, but because of the constant posture of the typist or the clerks like this, the finger used to get flexed like this because the tendon over here it used to get tightened and irritated, and it used to get tightened. And again, one more common physical hazard is an eye strain because of long duration of exposure to the blue light and screen. And again, people involved with some kind of vibration jobs, they can have the vibration syndrome in their hands and arms. Now, how do we address all these problems? So first is identification of the problem, that you have had some kind of physical hazard because of ergonomical issues. And the second thing is, how do you control it, or how do you minimize it? How do you reduce the risk of incidence of it? So there are three, it's a three-pronged attack. It can be due to administrative controls or workplace controls and engineering controls. So when I say administrative controls, it is from the administration point of view. So what the employer can provide to you so that you can minimize or reduce the risk of all these physical hazards. So one is you can have an employee rotation system or a job task expansion. So for a particular task, you can employ more number of people rather than employing fewer people and exposing them to physical hazards. Doing some kind of physical adjustments to the workplace so that it becomes more conducive for working. Redesigning of work methods. For example, if you have a workstation, you can probably redesign it uh, in a way that it doesn't cause any kind of strain on any part of your body. Giving them alternative tasks and giving them breaks, not so frequent, of course, but yeah. Then practice controls, safe and proper work techniques and procedures, good training, and physical conditioning period. So you can probably have a 20-minute window in your complete day-to-day job where you can provide some kind of physical conditioning to the employees. So this picture, is it right or wrong? Very good. I should have shown you the first slide itself. So this is the right way. So whenever you're bending, make sure you're bending both your hips and the knees. Don't just bend directly. It will cause undue pressure on your lower back. So coming to the postures and angles, try to avoid any kind of awkward positions and extreme reaches for materials. So for example, if you want to take that file, you can just get up, walk and get the file rather than just stretching yourself out and causing some kind of muscle cramping or sprain at your back. So this is an ideal posture. Probably you can take a picture. So the head, yeah. Materials, okay. So the head position, it should be within 30 degrees of flexion or extension. So bending and straightening. The neck rotation, it shouldn't be more than 20 degrees. Don't try to do it also. Yeah. And the elbow, again, it should be the ideal is around 70 to 90. So more of flexion again causes stretch in your triceps. Lesser of flexion, again, it will cause extension in your arms. It might cause you shoulder pain. Again, the hips and the knees, this is an ideal posture. 90-90 is an ideal posture. So this seating is actually a bit off because the hips are getting flexed more than 90. So make sure your hips are at 90 degrees, not lesser than that. Okay. So out of the three, which one is the ideal posture? Perfect. What is wrong with the first and the third? Yeah, the lumbar arch is more. We call it as a lumbar arch. The lumbar arch is way too high. So this is not advisable. That one, it's more straight. It will cause you a lot of stiffness in your back. It's as if somebody has, given you an attention position. This is a bit of relaxed position. And one more thing is where your keypad desk is. It's not too low, it's not too high. Okay. So this is an ideal position for your elbow also. Again, the visual field, make sure you're not dropping your head too low to see the screen or your job. So it should be between 0 to 60 degrees. Again, when your arms are spread out, make sure it lies between 0 to 35. It is not going way more. It's not getting abducted way more. Okay. So right or wrong or absolutely wrong? Yeah. So everything is wrong there. The lumbar arch is bad. The shoulder is bad. The neck is bad. The crossing of the legs is bad. This one, right? Yeah, slightly wrong. It's okay, but not advisable for a longer period. The elbows are too straight, so it will cause a lot of strain on your elbows and shoulders. Okay. This one, too low. Even though he's smiling, but it's too low. Yeah. Yeah. This one. Yeah, she's bending too much forwards. Yeah. This one. She's sure to come to my OPD. She's already elderly. Yeah. So that was about the different kind of postures, wrong postures, so that you learn what to do and what not to do. So coming to the engineering controls. So having an ideal workstation. So this is a picture of an ideal workstation. So where you have modularity basically. So where you can adjust everything, your lumbar arch, your back support, whether you want to lean forward or move back, with ideal footrests and an adjustable height adjustable workstation like this. So with a footrest, and you can probably adjust according to your own anthropometric measurements or depending on your weight and height. Then coming to the tools, using ideal tools is better. Again, because if you're using not so ideal tools to work or to complete your task, you can end up with some kind of hand disorders like loss of grip strength or something. So avoid any kind of repetitive motion. If you can use power tools instead of mechanical or manual tools. Avoid all kinds of awkward positions like bent or curved handles, extensions or add-ons. You can use a headphones. You can use a stool or a footrest. You can use soft touch keyboards or buttons. So again, this position, this is wrong. She's trying to reach out for the thing. So make sure you're at the same level of what you want to do. Yeah. So avoid static positions by using anti-fatigue mats. And if you're into some kind of vibration jobs, we basically do a lot of robotic TKR. So in robotic TKR, we have a vibrating tool, so which we have to hold it for around 15 to 20 minutes. So that after we use that, it's called a burr, basically to burr off the degenerated part, and then we replace it with some kind of metal. So we use a vibrating burr. So it causes a lot of vibration tremors after we stop using it for 20 minutes continuously. So what we do is we take breaks. We do it for 3 to 4 minutes, then again we take a break of around 15 seconds or 20 seconds. We try to again mobilize our fingers and hands, and again we start doing the burr. So probably you can do all those things. Take long, you can take frequent breaks, or you can use an anti-vibration gloves. Coming to the facilities, make sure the lighting or there is no glare and there is adequate lighting in the workplace. I will not go into the luminescence and all, but the generally the elderly, they require double the lighting and double the illumination than what a 30-year-old or a 25-year-old will require. The noise around 20 to 120 is the audible for human beings, but 60 to 90 is ideal. Anything above 90 becomes a bit irritating, and above 120 decibels becomes a noise, and that will lead to some kind of headaches or migraines or ear pain. And exercises and stretches are a must. These are the kind of exercise or stretches that you can do at your workplace. So for the eye, you can do frequent blinking that causes a lacrimal film or a tear film to it produces a tear film. So you can do frequent blinking, or second is not advisable. Yeah. You can change your focus. Probably you can just instead of seeing the screen time for a long period, keep changing the focus. Eye palming. This is a very soothing exercise like this. So you just warm up your palms. Probably you can rub it for 10 to 15 seconds. You all might require it right now, so probably you can do it now. Yeah, just place the heel of the palm, don't not the complete palm. Place the heel of the palm on your eyes. That will give you a bit of pressure effect also. Yeah. So keep it there for around 10 to 15 seconds and do deep breathing while you're doing that. So you can just rub your palms, place the heel of the palms on your eyes for 10-15 seconds, and you can breathe in the interim period. Nowadays, the conscious coherent breathing is in. That is what the West are telling. We used to call it as pranayama earlier. Yeah. So doing eye movements, close your eyes and just rotate your eye movements, or you can just move it up and down. So gradually take the eyeball up, roll the eyeball down, again roll the eyeball sideways on either sides. And repeat, make sure whenever you're doing all these things, at least do it for 15 to 30 seconds. Only then you will feel the difference. Just doing it once and then again opening the eyes, it won't really benefit you. Then doing neck stretches, this is very simple. You can do it at your workplace itself. You don't need to get out of your workplace. So just hold your neck on the one side and try to gradually with the hand, try to gradually stretch it onto the same side. Likewise on the opposite side. So do it gradually over a period of 5 to 10 seconds. Don't snap your neck. Again, there might be some kind of spasm or fatigue. So just do it very gradually. Okay. Maybe you all can try now. Yeah. Make sure your neck is in the center. And then slowly you just place your hand on the opposite side. So if it's a right hand, place it on the left side of your head and then take it towards the right. Then again get back to center, again with this hand and do this. These are all very simple, but it's very important. people generally neglect and ignore, but it's very important. The next is overhead reach. So whenever you're doing this, take a deep breath. So people who do yoga probably know this. It's called as Bhastrika, right? So take a deep breath when your arms are up, and then don't do a forceful exertion at workplace. Yeah, it might not sound good. So you can just gradually exhale while your hands are coming down. You just repeat it for 5 to 10 times. Okay. This is a shoulder pinch. So you can just place अंगड़ाई लेना है ना हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं अंगड़ाई लेना सब लोग ले लो अंगड़ाई बहुत देर हो गया ठीक है just place your hands behind your neck. Shoulders should be relaxed. Never tense your shoulders. Shoulders should always be relaxed. Just place it and just stretch your back so that as if you're opening up your chest and stretching your back. Okay. This again from your workplace, just shoulder shrugs to just relax your trapezius muscles. So these are your traps, your trapezius. So you can just contract and relax. And chair rotation stretch. Just turn back to your opposite side. Yes. In all these things, make sure your alignment doesn't, go haywire. So whenever you're doing the stretch, make sure your spine is straight. You're not supposed to do this, where your back goes deformed. Your spine should always be straight. So your back is straight, your spine is straight, and you just go like this. And likewise the opposite direction. Okay. The ladies also, the spine is completely straight. You should not fall over. Again, the back stretch and the shoulder stretch. So very important for people who are doing desk job. So wrist extension and relaxation of the wrist. So don't hold your fingers. If you're holding your fingers, you're stretching your fingers, not the complete wrist. So hold at your knuckle level and then try to do the wrist stretch, both up and down. So always hold at the knuckle level. If you want to stretch your fingers, you can just hold the tip of the fingers. So these were the basic stretches and exercises that everybody should do who are involved in desk jobs for longer periods to avoid any kind of chronic disorders. So this will not happen overnight. So all these kind of problems, it will not happen if you join your job today, it will not happen tomorrow. It will happen after 1 year or 2 years. So make sure you're, you do all these things to avoid all the future physical hazards. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. So he was fast, but he made it, really nice for us. And thank you, doctor. So here I would like to invite Mr. Ramesh Mantana, Senior Vice President, Evoke Technologies, to honor Dr. Suman Bani. Please give a round of applause. I know. Clapping is also exercise. So we are closing. I know you're patiently waiting. So I just want to give an information that after the vote of thanks, we will be having a photo, a group photo will be taken. So this will be framed by Medicover, and whenever you have a next visit, Ms. Shailaja, she's my partner for all the program. Give her a round of applause. So thank you all. So she is from corporate relations of Medicover, Ms. Shailaja. So she will be giving you that frame once you take the photograph. And here we are inviting Ms. Kartika Tirupati for the vote of thanks. Please.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I think we are in the last leg of our journey. Most of you are waiting for lunch, so I'll not take much time. Okay. So HR as a wellness partner, so we're all getting certified today, right? So are you all excited to become wellness partners? How? Yeah, very well. Okay. On that note, so I have some key takeaways from this, and I'll close that with a vote of thanks. Okay. So as a wellness partner, we can prioritize CPR trainings in our respective areas of expertise, work groups. Am I audible? Okay. Work groups, social groups, and family communities as well, because this education is very essential for family communities. HRs must consciously concentrate on physical, cognitive, and emotional well-being, make it a part of our lives, and also educate our work groups on that. We should be legally vigilant about workplace wellness practices, set up ergonomics training programs based on our training priorities. Okay. We can also educate our respective communities about treatments, okay, holistic wellness, and also guide employees towards the right treatment places like Medicor and more, which we have within the city. So these are my key takeaways. We can discuss more strategies during the networking lunch. And on behalf of SHRD, I would like to thank the SHRD founders, Bhaskar Ghantasala, Pavan, as well as Ramesh, for coming up with this idea of being very intuitive about the importance of wellness within the HR. Okay, please give a big round of applause. And nothing of this would not have been possible without our organizational partner, Medicover Hospitals. Please give a big round of applause for Medicover. So, in specific, I would want to thank Shailaja and her team, Dr. Sharath and Mahesh for their outstanding support. Also, Mr. Syed Shabir for his outstanding support for this entire program. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude for the SHRD volunteering team, okay, Soumya, Sriharsha, and others, and also Shailaja and her team from Medicore Hospitals for making this happen and giving us a wonderful learning journey. So, holistic wellness is not a destination, it's a process. Over and above our strategic, tactical, and operational HR expertise, let's wear the hats of wellness warriors and spread this vibrance all over. Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, team. So we are closing now. So I just want to make sure that you got the information correct, that you have to take a group photo. So you have your certificate, you have your goodies to be collected, and after that we'll go for a group photo. This group photo will be framed, and whenever you have a next visit, you can collect it from Ms. Shailaja. And we have a delicious lunch arranged. I want all of you to enjoy it, because they have made a wonderful menu. Yes, I have seen the menu and I can endorse it. So please carry on, and thanks for joining each one of you, and to make it wonderful event. So the certificates will be there. You can collect with your goodies. Please take a photograph. Enjoy your lunch. Stay safe. It will be a group photo. There will be a group photo. I'll ask Shailaja